Bueno, buenos días. Ahora sí, formalmente, dando la apertura de esta
Okay,
sesión.
now formally, good morning, and opening this beautiful meeting in the beautiful city of Oaxaca, in the state of Oaxaca, Mexico. Welcome to all the people who are in person, and also welcome all the persons that are through the magic of internet. We have a day and a half which is very interesting with regards to water and water management. On behalf of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge, my name is Julian Portilla. I'm the Master of Ceremonies for this great event, and I am very happy to be here with you. Before we start, or to start our workday, I would like to ask our colleague Amelia Reyes Montero Quijon, from the group of Tech, to welcome us. Amelia is a Nahuatl Indian. Amelia, welcome and good morning. Good morning to all and each one of you. Welcome to this beautiful and great country called Mexico. We are in a representative place and very important for us as a community and indigenous community, because Oaxaca is the state that has the largest number of indigenous peoples in the Mexican territory and the largest number of indigenous languages. And it is divided into 8 regions. We have a community that has never been conquered. It was never conquered, and they continue with their customs. Before we start, my name is Anawa. I'm Amelia. I'm a Nahuatl indigenous person, and I honor my ancestors, and I ask permission to the ancestors who live in this land to start working here, that they allowed us to be here. I thank my Mother Earth and for allowing us to reach this space. I thank all the ancestors of all and each one of you for allowing you to be here today, and that your words would be heard, and that they're not only be listened to, but that it is the wind that flows with the echo and that goes through all the spaces, and that they can be taken into consideration. All and each one of you have a lot of knowledge in your words and the knowledge that you have, and it's um, a great way to communicate it to the 3 country. And if it's to the whole world, it's much better. I thank the guardians of the 4 areas, the center, and the fire in your hearts of each one, and the fire of the heart of the Mother Earth, for allowing us to be here today and be that link and that brotherhood in order to continue with thanks to each one of you that made everything possible to be here, and you have your families with us. So these works, I hope that they are very fruitful, that they are the best thing that we could have for the benefit of our Mother Earth, and then for all the elements that they have, like water, like sun, nature, and to thank each one of the guardians of these pure essence. Today, here in this site, which is very representative for us, with a great cultural diversity like we have in Mexico, we have in different parts where you're coming from Canada, United States. And we would like to thank the ancestors and to allow us that to flow, and that our words are knowledgeable, and to continue with this event. Welcome and congratulations and excellent work. Very well, thank you. Now, the topic uh, that has us here is very timely. The topic of water is an essential topic for each one of the persons in this land. And with the increase of extreme hydrological events, drought, as well as floodings, we have the great privilege of being able to exchange and have the experiences of traditional ecological knowledge in order to know how to manage water in a better way. We have many presentations for today and for tomorrow, many exchanges, and the possibility of having questions and answers from our presenters. And also, at the end of each day, we will have the opportunity to have a dialogue between the people in person regarding the recommendations that we can make to the governments of the three countries which are represented here. And tomorrow, give recommendations and advice to the CEC with regards to what can the CEC do in order to support the efforts of indigenous peoples and other traditional knowledge in order to manage water. So that would be our meeting for the next 2 days. And we have a lot of things to talk about. And we will have the opportunities also to exchange during the coffee breaks, during the lunches. And for those of you who are here in person, uh, uh, for social events at night, where we can continue with our conversations. Those informal moments are the most important moments in events like this one, and I hope that you take advantage of them. Now, one of the logistic topics, as always, in the CEC events, we are fortunate to have professional interpretation by our interpreters in the back that they interpret our words to the other languages in order to be able to share the knowledge with colleagues that are coming from other places. For them, it is very important to speak very clear and slow so that we can take advantage of the knowledge that we have here in this room. One. And two, for the people who are here present, under your tables, you have electrical connections, so you can connect your electronic equipment. Now, during our meeting for today and tomorrow, we will also have surveys that you will see here in your screens. And these surveys are so that people in your homes or your offices who are looking or watching this meeting through the internet can participate, but it is also for all of you who are here present. If you would like to participate in these surveys, you only need to scan the QR code, the little square that's on the top left of your screen with your telephone. And in Magic, it the survey appears in your telephones. If you like to answer, and the first question is, where are you coming from? Where are you coming from? Um, and evidently, we have a preponderance of Mexican people, and we also have people from the United States and Canada. Please feel free, those of you who are here, to scan the code in order to respond to the survey. I have the honor of introducing Kathy Hudson Smith. Kathy Hudson Smith is the facilitator for the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group of the CEC, the Commission for Environmental Cooperation, who gathers here today. Kathy is coming from Red River Métis. She is an attorney that works to strengthen and support and promote Indigenous rights in Canada. She was director of the environment and climate change from her nation, the Red River Métis. And I will ask Kathy to to make the welcoming remarks and the opening of this first panel. And then we will do another survey, and then from there we will go to the presentations of our guests. Kathy, welcome. Thank you very much.
Buenos días.
Good morning. Welcome to Oaxaca.
Good morning. Welcome to I'm going to announce it as the inaugural, in the hope of future gatherings, Trinational Gathering of Indigenous Peoples and Communities from across North America. Volume. I bring greetings on behalf of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group, who have worked very hard to organize the events and the work that you will hear today, and that will provide a basis from which we can begin our important discussions. This gathering is the third part of a four-part Traditional Ecological Knowledge-led initiative of the TEKEG. The three countries, the staff at CEC, our leader, Jorge Daniel, have been strongly behind us in this work. And it's been a challenging time and a very meaningful one. There's a lot of expertise that we have gathered here, and we are thankful and excited to hear from Indigenous and non-Indigenous experts respecting water management. We are grateful for the spiritual leadership that Amelia brought for us today to ensure we open our meeting in a good way. We open our hearts and our minds to hear one another and to learn from one another. Muchas gracias. I want to thank Jorge Daniel for his leadership and diligence to ensure a space for Indigenous voices at CEC. Marcela Orozco, her unwavering and long-standing commitment to the success of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group. Tim Gull, who's sick in his room at this moment. Thank you for your hard work in pulling this amazing event together, this historic event. It's a very complex gathering, and we're very grateful for his commitment and work. We would not be here without the excellent team at CEC who have worked long hours and done incredible work to bring us all here into this room and to bring all of you online to be with us today. So thank you, Mariana, Liliana, and the wonderful hardworking team at CEC. I wish to acknowledge mostly the vision and dedication of my colleagues on the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group. We began in 2015 with a gathering of some 40 people from across the three countries to talk about what is important in terms of cooperation between the three countries, what is important for us to remember as we approach our work. And we've had significant support from the countries in CEC since that time. We are thankful that all of you have journeyed here from many places across North America to share with us your expertise and your wisdom, the challenges that you're facing, and your hopes for the future. You'll strengthen all of us. What has become apparent to me over my years of working in the area of traditional ecological knowledge is that we must create spaces for Indigenous peoples to speak to one another, for us to share and revitalize those old ways, those old relationships of knowledge sharing, of historic cultural trade, the alliances, and learn from one another and learn to support one another. These are old traditions which we hope are triggered in some small way here in these days ahead. So thank you very much for your time. Muchas gracias. In introducing this very first panel, so we have meetings with the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group. Henrietta Mann, who's not with us today, played a significant part along with Sarah and the others to highlight that Indigenous peoples need to bring the discussion of water to the forefront. And what we have done as part of our 4-part Indigenous-led study at CEC is we initiated a series of case studies in each country. And we're going to present those case studies to you here today. This will be the first time we'll have had, even as a collective, to see them all in one place at one time. And the panel is going to be our first opportunity to hear about this important work. So without further ado, I'll turn it back to our able facilitator and look forward to the presentations. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Kathy. Muy bien.
Thank you, Kathy. Very well. Okay, let's go into the topic that has us here today. For this first panel, we have a format that will take place as follows. I'm going to introduce the panelists. I'm going to introduce them before their presentations so that we have it fresh in our minds when the presenters come to the microphone. And in this case, we're going to start with a video. The first two will start with a video, and then we will have the opportunity of having a dialogue with the presenters regarding the material of the video. We have here also, before we start, we have another survey that I would like to ask you to work from the internet online, but also for those of you who are here present, you will see it on the screen. And meanwhile, I want to tell you a little bit about the format. We have 20 minutes for each one of the presentations, and that will give us a little bit of time at the end of each meeting, in each session, in order to have a dialogue with the people who are here present, and also for those of you who are online and want to ask questions to the presenters who are here in this stage. For our colleagues, presenters, the control of time is not a very good task for me. So what I'm going to do, if you agree, I'm going to let you know when you have half of the time gone by, and then when you have 5 more minutes, and then you will decide when to conclude your participation. And the topic is to make sure that each one of the presenters has the opportunity to present what they have to present. Very well. So I don't know if the second survey is already ready to share here at the room. Anyway, I'll be introducing the first round of presenters for this first session. Okay. For those of you who are present, the question is, how much do you know about the traditional ecological knowledge? Okay, in line, we have some answers. Some of them, a lot of them know a lot, and a few of you are here to learn about this topic. Well, I think that this session will be of great advantage for all of you here present and also online. Now, I have the honor of introducing 2 people who will share first the video that they made in the case study. Case studies will be in the complete form online on the cec.org website. And today we'll have the opportunity of watching the video, but the complete case is online. And we will have the opportunity of looking at a small part of the video, and then you can ask questions to the presenters. So this is the point of the tip of the iceberg, and there are much more information. There's much more information at the CEC website. To start, we have Sarah James, who is a member of the Wichin tribe, which is in reality the most northern tribe in the United States. Sarah has traveled all over the world. She has many awards in indigenous rights with regards to her work in land and water. And it is a pleasure to have her with us. Also, we have Edward Alexander. Edward is the co-president of the International Council, which and she has a lot of experience working in the basin of the Yukon River in its intertribal group. And they coordinate 70 different tribes in a very extensive area in the northern part of Canada. And it's an honor to have them here with us to start this forum. And now we will watch the first video regarding the experiences of water management on the very northern part where we are today. And there is a lot of to share in the experiences of the three countries. Thank you very much. And then we will go to the video. After the video, we will have time to talk to Sarah and Edward regarding the work that we are going to watch.
So you're welcome to Alaska. Welcome to Arctic Village. What St. Paul we call Arctic Village. Hey, hey, ha, hey, hey, ha, hey, hey, ha, hey, ha, hey, 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 ha. My name is Sarah A. James. I'm from Arctic Village, and we call that place Washenko. It means a creek with a high bank. Ko means a creek. Sometimes we just call it Ko. Come on, next I Guchen here in north in Carrier, Alaska. And Upper Yukon, they refer it to too. And we also like 110 miles northeast of Arctic Circle. We're Caribou people.
I'm Galen Gilbert, first chief of Arctic Village. Even outside of our 1.8 million acres, you know, that's our traditional spots that our ancestors used to survive, hunt, fish.
This water is clear. It's really pure, clear water.
The lake of water on a river, it would take the ice. We melt that ice. It's good water.
We hunt caribou. It's 80% of our diet, but also we rely on the caribou to provide us with our ceremonies, our spirituality, the very social structure of our community. The men go out and hunt. Sometimes the women hunt. They bring the caribou back to camp, and then we sit there and just cut meat.
So sometimes it's hard for me to speak English, trying to explain our way of life. It's different. This is Caribou Lake, and we eat the marrow. and we eat this ligament on it and everything. And our caribou is porcupine caribou. So there's 15 villages and we're extended into Canada. There's a border between us for 150 years, but we're still same language, same caribou, same relationship, but the border been separating us for about 150 years. But we still have our way of life and our language.
And it's really river country. There's lots of rivers all around. Fort Yukon is kind of like a peninsula, kind of comes out surrounded by water on all sides. So there's quite a few rivers that come out within a terminus of about 40 miles of Fort Yukon. It's a boat-in only community or fly-in only community. There's no roads to Fort Yukon. When I grew up, when I was little, we didn't have running water in the community or that kind of thing, and so we hauled our water and all that. And then running water got put into Fort Yukon 1984.
A place that we depend on for clean water here in Arctic Village. This is the closest one we got when they have glacier here. And the next closest one is over this end of the mountain. Maybe 12 glacier all around here, around us. And that's the one we depend mainly for clean water. And a lot of people come here and get their water from this git. We call git, and we use glacier. And we have many glaciers we depend on. And this get melted sometime even before midsummer. It's very important to us because it's come from the mountain. It comes from glacier. Climate change made it very difficult to have a clean water because it brings beaver, and because beaver depend on willow, and the more growth, that's where they go. And like we never used to have black bear, now we spot black bear maybe a couple of times.
I used to live for like 12 years. There's no rabbit.
Yeah.
Wow, this guy.
Everything, all the nature and life, they want to drink clean water. Like everybody, us, even bird, everything is that on earth, it needs water. Not the rain, but the water. It's come from the Mother Earth. That's where you gotta save that.
At the beginning of the time, there was only water in the beginning. There was just one person on a raft floating on this giant ocean. A little muskrat swam up to him and he says, "Son," that's what it's called, but the muskrat said, "Son, would you help me?" And that little son said, "Yeah," just like that. And he told him, "Dive down to the bottom of the ocean. See if you can get me a handful of dirt." And so that little muskrat, he dove off the raft, swam down. And he had a little string tied to his foot. Yeah. And pretty soon that string stopped. Yeah. I said, there. Yeah. Ainklay, Dingy. He pulled that muskrat back up. And he brought it back on the raft and it was dead. And so he blew into his mouth. You know what happened? That muskrat woke up coughing. And the person asked the muskrat, "Would you dive back down to the bottom of the ocean and see if you can get some dirt again so I can make some land?" And so the muskrat said, "I'll try again." And so he dove off, swam down, deeper than he ever swam before. But then he died again. And the muskrat woke back up again and spit the water out, and he dived back down again. He died a third time. And when he came back up, the man asked him, he says, did you reach the bottom? And the muskrat said, "I think I did reach the bottom." And he looked at his little paw, and his fingernails, there was dirt So the person took the dirt and he tapped it out into his hands out of the muskrat's paw. And he sang a song, and that song started making the dirt grow. And it poured and poured into the water. All that soil was pouring into the water. And then kind of all the mountains and all the land started to rise up out of the water. And the raft was on the land, and they walked away together. And so that's how the world was created. And so when you think about like within stories and information about water, it's like at the center of it, and it's at the beginning of it, and it's where all the land comes from. And we think about who's responsible. Which in are responsible. Yeah. It's which in who are responsible. It's which in who are responsible. Yeah. We're responsible for the land. And that means we've got to take care of it.
So for years I stood up and fought corporations, the state, the feds, fighting for our homelands. We created a organization, Red Oil, Resisting Environmental Destruction on Indigenous Lands. We stopped development in the Yukon Flats. But climate change was one of the biggest issues.
I think this was about 2 or 3 years ago. Our fish, whitefish, we put net out for them, and they had sores on them, and we could even see them in the water when it was tested. Then we got the results back. It was the temperature of the water that was causing the sores on the whitefish. So that was very disturbing, and that worried a lot of my people. So global warming is really in effect.
Even last time when I went sheep hunting, I had to pay $600 charter to the mouth of the Red Sheep Creek. And now we're fighting that too. We've been fighting that for a long time to keep that red sheep healthy, and we've been keeping sport hunting out of that area.
Lots of diversity among within too. So you have to have a good faith, talk about the water. And that one group's not going to decide over another group. And you can work together to keep it clean. We did it with the Yukon River Intertribal Watershed Council, where all the tribes got together and cleaned up the Yukon River. That's a big river, thousands of miles long. 70 tribes, First Nations, from the headwaters down to the mouth, moving out millions of tons of hazardous waste. And they did it all by consensus. We didn't rely on the national government. They never did anything. We didn't rely on the corporate governance. We inserted ourselves in the discussion, and that which we do together, that's our sovereignty.
Water is a living thing. If it brings life to us, then it itself is also, a living thing.
Water born first.
Yeah, water
was born first.
Yeah.
So I'm teaching how important traditional value, we don't want to lose it. So it's still going on in this community. I see them, they're sharing.
Okay, well, Sarah, our elder Sarah James has a few words she wants to say to you all.
True. That means we talk about water logs. We need a lot of help. Every time when you hear about saving the water, be there for it. Be there for people that's not even born yet. Thank you.
So how do you say water?
Quincy.
In English, I say your subject, and you have your verb in the middle, and then the end is an object, and so things become objectified. And the end point of an English sentence is objectification. It's always about things, right? But when you're talking about ways of being, that's when Denaka or Dinjijukka, our languages, that's where they shine. And it's not about an object at the end. It's about how we do things together. No, the deliverable is a stream. from me to this guy, and then on down to his kids, and what I've received from my father and my mother and my grandparents before them, and what they received all the way down. And it's just like a stream. Like when I'm out on the river with my nephews and they're drinking from the river and they're drinking a cup, certain rivers, it's just pure water. It's not the cup of water that's the point. Other people from outside of where we are going to try to govern here. And they said they're going to have ideas and they're going to have experts. They think that they know better than we do. They think that because of the way we live, that there's a judgment that we're inferior, or that we're not modern, or that we haven't thought things through, or that we don't have a philosophy, or that we don't have thought process about it. And those are the people who are going to try to govern us with their ideas. And there's only one question you got to ask them: is, can you dip the cup of water into your river where you're from and drink it? If the answer is no, then you don't need to listen to anything they have to say, I told them. You don't need to listen to anything they got to say, because they don't know what they're talking about. For other Indigenous people all across Canada and Mexico, they're the same as us. They got the same stories, same language, say it differently a little bit, related languages, unrelated languages, but related in philosophy. Everybody out there is completely capable of self-governance, and when other people come in and apply governance from outside, where it's like we're the majority and we're going to tell you what to do, that doesn't include our human rights. Like outside governments, Canada, national governments, corporate governance, other kinds of governing institutions and bodies got to understand that it's like we have our own governance, and we're not a minority in our governance, that we have the right to consent.
They had a big meeting here in Fairbanks, 1915. The U.S. government, they wanted to put all Alaska Natives onto reservations. Our chiefs in the interior came together for this meeting, and they told the U.S. government that they don't want to live on reservations. They want to live in their homeland and hunt, like they've been doing for hundreds of years. They ended up putting a stop to that. Otherwise, if they didn't come together and do that, we'd all Alaska Natives would be living on a reservation right now. During that meeting, a guy from my hometown village of Tanana, he made this song, and it's saying in there, our words will carry us through. So 108-year-old song.
I'm going to speak in English for just a little bit. So now we have the opportunity to hear from Sarah and Edward. Sarah, I'm going to ask you to say a few words about the video and the story that we just saw. And then I know, Edward, you have a presentation, so we'll move to that immediately after a few words from Sarah. So Sarah, please, if you could share with us a little bit about the experience.
You want to stay here. Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you. A big thank you to for making this gathering here. All our gatherers. Team A, Knowledge, CEC, and thank you to original people of Oaxaca to be on the land, honored to be on that. thank you because, again, the Alaska a much clearer and better story. This is a short one, very short. They did a very good job for short term. And we have to go through it, I don't know, 3-4 times before we come out with this. I'm pretty happy. Alaska trip was successful. And, I'm from Arctic Village, big village. Still hunt. And we live most of the terrible people were talking about which is out for neighborhood communities. Take the place where the light is. It's where the killer and where the killer and they go come eat through the in the last vessel, there's which is ours is going up, so we must be doing good. So I just want to tell a little bit about who we are.
And I'm staying on, and thank you for giving me to be on that committee. Henrietta Mann is our eldest member to our committee. She's the one that suggested water, so we all agreed. So for a while, my story, what I want to make it clear that water is life. Even like I say, let's sacred place where the life began. Not only human, all living thing born with water. Water breaks, and then life. So that's how we understand water very clear as an indigenous people. And we even have a different name of water that we drink seasonal. So all that was me and Catherine. Kathy was kind of getting it started was hard because I felt like I'm still young, even though I am an elder. I have a problem with my hearing aids. English is my second language. I grew up off the land, out maybe 50 miles from the nearest neighbor. So I have difficulty here and there due to that, but I'm thankful that I can speak my language. Thankful I've been on my land. Thankful, maybe I don't hear, but it's been, at my age now, those are the problem for me, but I manage, okay. And I'm just so thankful Eddie is here with me today. I saw him grow up, and he's very hardworking man, good family, and he did go out and he left. He'll talk himself. So I just want to hand it over to him. We do have a lot of glacier that's, glacier is something that freezes water over water and it builds up every winter, sometimes for years. And sometimes it doesn't melt, but sometimes some of them melts end of the summer, but now it melts even before end of the summer. We got 6 of them around our village. And climate change is real in the Arctic. And Eddie would tell more. And so thank you for make this possible for us. It's all up to us. Thank you. Masi cho shalaknai. Thank you, all my relation.
Masi cho shalaknai. Shoshri Edward Alexander Oji Kuchaje Gotsanisi. Masi cho, the indigenous peoples of Oaxaca, to allow us on your land, to host us for this meeting. It's wonderful to be here. I also want to say Masi cho to Sarah. She's one of the most revered elders in the Gwich'in Nation. She also helped to found Gwich'in Council International, as well as a bunch of other organizations to help protect the caribou and other things. But I'll just jump right in here and talk a little bit more about this issues that we're working on. See if I can get this thing to work. Is that, do I have to point it somewhere? Oh, okay. So Gwich'in Council International represents all Gwich'in people in international affairs, kind of serve as the foreign service arm for the Gwich'in Nation. We have 3 membership governments, appoint an 8-member Gwich'in board. We have 4 board members from Alaska and 4 board members from Canada, and we do everything by consensus. And so we use our traditional Gwich'in values, and we work together until we get to a place where the Gwich'in Nation stands united. Here's again a map that you saw in the last video of our area in Alaska, the Yukon Territory, and the Northwest Territory. The word Yukon comes from a Gwich'in word, so that territory is actually named in Gwich'in. And so when we think about freshwater resources in the Arctic, the Gwich'in country has 3 of the largest watersheds in the north. The Yukon River, which is the longest river, is 3 miles wide where I live. The Porcupine River, which is the 2nd largest watershed in Alaska, and the McKenzie River on the Gwich'in. And we also have millions of freshwater lakes throughout the Yukon Flats and throughout Yukon Territory and the Northwest Territory. And so freshwater in the north doesn't just mean running water. It also means snow and ice, and it means travel, and it means roads that we can access to get to our fish camps and our camps and muskrat camps and things like that. So it offers us different kinds of things, different seasons. And our directional system is based on our rivers. So Gwich'in don't have north, south, east, or west in our language. We use our rivers to give us our sense of direction. And I think in a meeting like this, it's very important to reflect on that idea that we can use our fresh water to give us direction. So Gwich'in Council International primarily works at the Arctic Council, where we sit at an equal table with these 8 Arctic states, the US, Canada, Russia, Iceland, Sweden, Norway, the Kingdom of Denmark, and Finland. We encourage this model for other entities so that we can sit at an equal table in governance. And you can see there one of our ministerial meetings with the foreign ministers around the circumpolar north. So why is somebody from the Arctic in Mexico talking about the Arctic, talking about water way up in Alaska? Well, the boreal forest is the largest forest on Earth. It's larger than the Amazon. It contains as much greenhouse gas as the global atmosphere combined. So people need to be aware of it, that the north is not empty. It has a large forest there. And underneath that forest, there's permafrost. And that permafrost contains twice the amount of greenhouse gases as is currently in the atmosphere for the entire planet. So then it makes it really important for everybody to understand this area that we're talking about. Further, Gwich'in homeland is one of the unique places in the world that's home to Yedama. Yedama is a icy, rich kind of permafrost. It's mostly ice, but the rest of it is greenhouse gas, methane, carbon, and it's concentrated in a very small area. So Yedama is very fragile. It's just covered by a small layer of forest. And when that forest is burnt or is disturbed, that Yedama can melt very rapidly and release greenhouse gases, significant amounts. Under the Yedama has, the estimate currently is 500 gigatons of greenhouse gases and methane. That's almost equal to the amount in the atmosphere for the entire planet Earth right now. And it's changing. So this is why you should care. This is a picture of Yedama. And if you look up in the upper right-hand corner of that picture, you'll see two little people up there. Do you see them? Those two little tiny people? That's how thick Yedama gets. And you can see that it's melting. This is a map of all of the Yedama on planet Earth, and it releases massive amounts of methane and greenhouse gas. And it's what we're concerned about is rapid destabilization of Yedama. This is our homeland in Alaska, and this is where wildland fires, how much they've affected us over the last 60 years. So my home community, Fort Yukon, Gwich'in, is right there in the middle. Vinitai is right up there to the upper left. Arctic Village is at the very top of this map, and it's just outside of this map. But this area here is an area the size of the state of Maryland, for those people from the United States, and it's burned 4 Delaware's worth of land in these last 60 years. Much of this area has Yedama underneath it, which is now in danger of being melting. Gwich'in chiefs have recently moved to protect Yedama by changing our wildland fire strategy for Yukon Flats, by incorporating cultural burning into the Yukon Flats, Gwich'in cultural burning. We believe that we can help protect Yedama and control massive wildland fires that have come across the north. Gwich'in have wildland fire crews of our own, and we believe exercising our sovereignty on the issue of land management through wildland fire can help us protect this ancient source of water. So wildfires are threatening our security. They're threatening our fresh water, and the current plans in the north aren't inclusive of our indigenous knowledge. They do not use our cultural burning techniques. They do not use the techniques that we've developed over tens of thousands of years. And now we have impacts on our fresh water quality, food security, traditional foods, transportation, health, migratory species, and more. And so we do have 2 projects at the Arctic Council, Arctic Fire at CAF, which is trying to get the best science in fire ecology, understanding what's going on with this Yedama, what's going on with wildland fire in the Arctic, because this is happening not just in our homeland, but across Canada, across Russia, and then also how we respond to it in an international way, a circumpolar fire at EPPR. And so it's very important that Gwich'in are engaged in international forums like this. You know, we need to direct research, we need to direct opportunities, we need to contribute our indigenous knowledge like Sarah's doing here, like I'm doing here. We also need to make sure that we make connections. We're trying to establish a carbon offset market for Yedama right now in Alaska, working with the state of Alaska government, which is just standing up their carbon offset office. So if anybody knows anybody in VERA, the carbon offset regulatory structure in Washington, D.C., we're definitely interested in meeting with those folks so that we can work to protect Yedama. A lot of people are not aware of the threat that Yedama poses to our climate. And currently there is no offset market for Yedama, even though it's the single largest terrestrial source of greenhouse gases on planet Earth. We believe that we can advance our sovereignty by working with folks in a good way and doing international cooperation and diplomacy. And so Yerima is in Gwich'in country, but it's not a Gwich'in issue. It's not just a Gwich'in issue. It's an issue that will affect Mexico. It's an issue that will affect India. It's an issue that will affect every country on Earth. And so we need to have a better understanding about how we work together to protect this Yerima, to keep it frozen so that it doesn't rapidly destabilize and send vast, vast amounts of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And so it's a shared responsibility, and it's our responsibility. It's no one else. We got to look at it together. And so here's a picture of our Gwich'in fire crew, and you can see that we're doing our part, and it's hard work out there. But our people are doing their part, and we ask that everybody else does theirs to help protect our global climate, our global home, our water source, and sometimes it's very important that our fresh water stays frozen. Masicho.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Very well, thank you very much, Edward. Now I'm going to change to Spanish and get away from the microphone a little bit. Very well. Okay, from the north, we are now coming into Mexico. I have the honor and the privilege of introducing our next presenters. Cecia Cecia is an anthropologist working at the University of Campeche, Mayan origin, an expert in many Mayan topics, especially in everything related to the bees. And she is an author, thinker, and it is a pleasure to introduce her so she can share her experience. And we have Eunice U. Gonzalez, a distinguished archaeologist who works in the National Institute of Anthropology and History in Mexico. And for those of you who are not from Mexico, this is an institute that is very respected, and it is a pleasure to have both of them here. Colleagues, you have around 20 minutes to make your presentations, and I will let you know when 10 minutes go by and when you have 5 minutes left. Okay? Thank you very much. There's a video. I forgot the next video. We have a video also to share in this case study. And another great experience.
Ten Incaba María Candelaria Uco, de Becal, Campeche, en edad de 78 años. Soy del año 1945. Pues, ¿qué edad ya antes de ahora? Leili Ustinwich Kashitelin, compañero don Lázaro. Tone suktone ktawaye, tumen. Coge de que tigutale hanlo, coge de que tigutak kustali. Tulaka un itvalo kabeton tiak naile, que itishin, que pacalo de provecho, que limón, que pacal, que lima, que le haltunovo, eba kabet desde uche, un pe malo kustati mak tumen tikchik hatyak ayen tikchik hatya uke minak aik de que yank manik hawa sino que yan todo el tiempo chembale kachan kanantik kachan pishik tiamayoko hachiabach suciedad pero bela ay tinwilik de que tu kaolta tu valorar tamene gobierno bo mene kumeyatkobe pero hoy antes che le echan sarteneja cabatico pues y antes seguridad matapata minanja tumen ku chukik kada kantak yun chake ku chupku usar teneja ma que yang ole chukha ma de cloro y ma va natural tu Dios a que pues más patik weye tumen oje de que weye yang kialu yang kuba mak kiale kustalo.
Incabay Lázaro González Chi, Injabe 78 años, siguiente 5 de enero de 1945. Le tie haltung kukmeyatik destimpali tukansen in abuelo yetin in tata de que yank kanantik yank mantenertik limpio mish ba de shiu mish look tialu tiak han tialek mendik eyen tiak uke yete tiale oti balcheuku tie tiempo ahorita don minanchaco de chobeku talu yuko be hao mele haltun hela yabach ha kubisik casi 100 litros ja. Entonces donde le tratar que mau tubo tone bash cansa ton de este palalón veo entonces le ola hay que de que cansa ton tak bish limpia tiquete pe clase shiu ukialate shanamokoy yete la pe shiwe sit kahol tele tiak uke que ha sin que hopiquete lucho entonces le halto no abet casi chu masi compañero ve mu tubo tio u mantener ko tanto tiak uko ha tong yete chal otibal cho chich yete ke kitang kuuk bach tulakle clase balcho yante casa tiko talu yuko hai.
Ahora sí, Cecia.
No, Cecia.
Tucuchil, Oaxaca, México. Tonek talon tupetenil Yucatán. Achquimaco tumen tonetank multzigbatik yolal kustal tulaklon. Machen winiki. Machen mako kahanon huitulumil México. Yank ilik ukustal balcheo cheo. Yik el cabo. Tulacabalo mul anico. Distinguido público.
Distinguished public present, we are very, very happy of sharing our traditional ecological knowledge, and at this time, in a format which is unforgettable for all the type of traditional ecological knowledge group. I celebrate the format, the organization of the Commission for Environmental Cooperation with a great leader, Daniel, and all your team. I think that in every year that we have been struggling and traveling from each one of our places is one of the few times in which the group of experts of traditional ecological knowledge of the three countries is sharing our knowledge with a diverse public of the JPEC and also with all the members of the government in general, right now represented with Mr. Miguel Cerón, and different organizations from the civil organizations from the three countries and researchers from academia. And we feel very, very happy that we join our thoughts and our hearts for a common goal, which is the well-being of our planet and of the living beings. Like I said in my Trinational language, not only think about the life of the human being, but the life of the other live beings, of the plants, of the animals, of the insects that colonize. And that is a topic in which I work in my region, in the region of Campeche, Mexico, of the bees. So it's to think about all the living beings that live in this planet. And in the videos that we just saw, in September of last year, we began a project of restoring in order to visualize those reserves, those water reserves that we have in the Lajas and the Arctic land. Fray Diego de Landa wrote this story, and he said, people who live in this area, they cannot say, this is my land. They can say, this is my rock. It's a place which has many, many rocks, and the area where we developed our Mayan heritage, one of the greatest civilizations today, studied from different disciplines, scientific disciplines. To this part, I would like for you to put our slide, please, in order to tell you which is the important part of a plastic land, lacking surface water. We don't have water. How can a population survive of more than 20,000 inhabitants? One of the most representative cities, which is Uxmal. How can a city of 20,000 people live in this city of Uxmal and all of them surrounding this area? So in this presentation, together with the archaeologist, we will know about great moments, the spaces that our ancestors built in order to supply fresh water, which are the artificial constructions, the aguadas. They studied the geography of the soil, the land, the topography, in order to create large artificial lakes. And we are in the process of recovering the topolíneas, the original names in Maya, the name of those great water reserve areas, which gave water to the population in the past. The construction of the Khartoum, which is another one. The next one, please. Another of the artificial constructions was the which are wells our ancestors built, the Mayan ancestors built for domestic use, and the natural spaces. We developed a project with the ancestors, farmers from the region. And the most important thing is that there was a transfer of knowledge to new generations. And I remember very well when Daniel was with us in the meeting in Merida, and there was a collective demand to conserve our resources, and we have to involve youth and children. And from that moment on, we have been working in our location with the children and the youth for the conservation of our resources, which are finite. So we have had workshops since September to May of this year, and we are working with a specific school, the Campeche school, with children, where we teach them the importance of this Haltuno and these areas of rock that gather all the water, the rainwater, and gives water to the farmers. But the most important thing is that the water harvest gives water to the animals and to hundreds of insects that are colonizing our Mayan Sierra. So we are in a holistic area, and thank you to the CEC, because through this project, I was able to get closer and visualize these great spaces that are preserved. The water is preserved with ecological resources to clean them with the plant resins to absorb them with the uh, straws of the alcine. And this is a part we will see, the part of the constructions, the archaeologists, and the natural spaces that we have in the beautiful peninsula of Yucatan. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you to all the organizing groups. We don't have too much time, but I will try. Well, one of the very important elements that we're going to talk about the Mayan culture, and what we have here is the archaeological site of Uxmal and the surrounding areas. And one of the elements, which is the most important one for the survival of a great population, was the spring water. And it is very important because through the spring water, and this is the central part with these reserves, with these natural water reserves. It's working very well. Well, here, this is the settlement. And in the lower part, it says the name of the city of Uxmal, something like a current, like a serpent. This is surrounding the area, and this is one of the main strengths of the site. And from there, they obtained water that all these people who lived here during the classic period took this water. This is another image that we thought was very, very important to include it. On the left side, you can see one of the main springs and how you see them during the drought season. It is completely without any water. And in the rain season, it's the same spring, but it is with the vital liquid coming from the rain and from which they will be drinking. And for every type of foods, they were making offerings, and they obtained it from this water. Here, we have one of the most important elements for the solution. And since the Mayas in prehistoric times, they had this system of utility for the great populations, the great prehistoric areas in the peninsula of Yucatan. Like Cecias lived in a very dry area. They didn't have any water, surface water. It was the slabs. However, the Mayas still developed all these systems. This image that you are seeing, it's an image of the explorers of the end of 18th century, 19th century, where they see how they obtained water for the control and for the benefit of the population in the area in the times of drought. This is a spring, and in the bottom they have what they called casimbas, and these are like storage areas. That's the way the Spaniards call them, and we call them these are what natural reservation areas, and they were in the bottom of the springs. And when the rain season came, these containers, these water containers were full, captured rainwater. They would fill them up, and they would cover them. And with the next season, they would fill the spring, and then everybody would have water, drinking water for ceremonies, for survival, and for human survival, and for all the animals. So during the harvesting area, when they would spend all the water from the spring, because there was a large population that was in the archaeological area in the Uxmal city, they started to restrict the water, and they would give all the inhabitants a little bit until the next rain season. And now these systems are no longer in use, but this is a very good solution for all the problems that we have today. That's why we talk about the traditional ecological traditions for this necessary vital, for this vital water source. And this is how they drew a spring during the night in the year of 1843. The travelers drew this. And this is a satellite image where you can see the landscape and how they see these bodies of water and these green areas that are flooded by the water. And we also have these natural reserves, which are the cenotes. And we don't have these in the area where I'm talking about. We have them in other areas, but these are also very important water collection sites for human survival and for animals also. And these, the chultunes, were also used by the Mayans. These are like cistern tanks or tanks, and they capture the water, the storm water. In all the cities, or the majority of the pre-Hispanic cities of this region of the Camino Real and the Puc, where we have the sierras, they would collect water and they would receive water from all this. This is an image of these chultun, and they use it in the surface of the territory. And here we have the chultun, and these are water recovery, natural water recovery, and they're coming from very strong water currents from the hills, and they make like a network with they collect everything that it things from the sierras, and they deposit in these bases. These are the only water sources that we have to obtain this vital liquid. And lastly, but not least important, we have the Haltunop. And right now on the video, we showed them to you and we discussed them. This is natural water collection areas, and they were taken advantage by men. To explain a little bit how the Mayans used in the beginning of this Haltunop, it was explained in the video that the resin from the plants is in these spaces that have little plants or leaves. They clean it and drink the water through a plant, which is like it's like a straw, and it's called Chanabukui is the name of this plant, and the resin is used to clean the Haltunop. These are other examples. And as you can see, these are water reserve, not only for the farmers, but also for animals, for the deer, for all the small animals that come here to drink this water. An important thing in the last workshop, and Cecia invited us, we knew through the people, through the ancestors, that when they were children, their parents would send them to the cleaning of the Khaltun. Why? Because their hands were very, very small and they would reach all the area. And this was before the coming of the rains. So the Khaltunes could be clean and everybody can drink from this water. Nowadays, the Khaltunes are abandoned. And with all these workshops, we are teaching the children that they are very important and that they should be protected, acknowledged, because these are the important water sources. This is another image of the Jatono. And in land, the doctor said, through the knowledge of the historical information that we had from, they live in a live slab. They can't say that they live in the earth. This is the water that we have, that the rain gives us in this region, where we don't have any cenotes, where we don't have any surface water. It's other example. Some of them are very large. There are communities that have the names of these places. In which is a little bit farther away, but they are very important for the survival of everybody. There are examples of haltunes, as you can see. In the territories, they're very large. They capture a lot of rainwater, and they cover them, they clean, and this is what we're trying to do in order to continue using them. Here, this is a very important quote that says that the Haltuno provide water to the farmers, also for the birds, bees, and other small animals that travel through the hills. They provide clean water and ready to drink. They prepare with this water the yam. They are in the fields, and the Mayan traveler cleans them from impurities, and they cover them with rocks in order to protect this holy water that's also for their survival. Considering before mentioned, it is precise to create an awareness of these important water reserves in order to continue the survival for these human beings that live in this area, in this land.
Thank you very much, Esther. It has been a great experience, fascinating experience. So it's clear to me that the organization, training, and traditional knowledge rescue will be critical for our future. It's not only something from the past, we have to bring the past to the present and the future as well. Thank you so much.
I'm going to switch to English because next we have Charmaine Thom, who will present our third and final presentation of this first session. Charmaine is the spokesperson for the Taku River First Nation in what is now British Columbia in Western Canada. She has worked as the land manager for the Taku River First Nation, coordinating a large group working on issues as diverse as heritage, earth guardians, fisheries, mining, and wildlife. And Charmaine, it's a real pleasure to have you. As always, I'll give you sort of time indications as we go on, but you have the microphone. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. I'd first like to acknowledge the land that we're on and acknowledge the Indigenous. I understand there's many that live here, but I'd like to acknowledge that we are having our gathering here today, so I give thanks to them for that. I'd like to start by introducing myself by my Tlingit name. My Tlingit name is Jeanique, and I have been the spokesperson for the Taku River Tlingit First Nation for the past two and a bit, so a couple of years. Before that, I worked as an environmental protection officer for Yukon government for 13 years. So I had the opportunity to bring some of that knowledge back to our First Nation for the support that I've been provide the support that I can for them. I would like to start by also giving thanks to our elders and our ancestors for providing me the opportunity to represent them. And I hear a common theme that has been radiating throughout the last few years, and it's around the land protection and First Nation people throughout Canada and really the world to protect their resources, their land, and their water, to provide additional support to the people who are working to. I understand that climate change has really significantly impacted some of those resources in a way that that has brought us together to try to preserve our land. And one of the things that I'd like to start off with as well was our declaration that we had just put out recently in 2023 around our IPCAs, which is our Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas. So in 2023, we called on government to help us and acknowledge our watershed that provided many it's one of the untouched watersheds in North America that exists today, and where we have 7 species of salmon that run through it. It's important to acknowledge that while we're working to preserve and protect those areas, we're also engaged in transboundary negotiations with different nations that also want the same protections. So we're fortunate enough that our neighboring nation also want those same protections in place, which make the work for us a little easier. And while we were, at first I'd like to see if my PowerPoint is ready to be brought up. And I'll start with that. Do you have? Thank you. So it didn't happen overnight for us. We had many years of work that went into our land protection. We started with we have our Constitution. We also have our Hakusti, which is our way of life. In Tlingit, that translates as our way of life. We went to Telsequa Supreme Court. We won that Supreme Court hearing in order to protect a no road going into our traditional territory. We've also started that work. Out of that court hearing, it allowed us to do our land use planning. So we did many years of land use planning that allowed us to engage in a government-to-government agreement that supported our Hakusti, our way of life. And through that agreement, we entered into that agreement in 2011, and we started the long road of, we just celebrated 12 years of implementing that agreement. That's not to say it didn't come with some hiccups in that we don't have full consent at the end of each application that comes in for through our traditional territory. However, we did just pass a consent-based agreement under our mining policy that would allow mining in some areas within our traditional territory. But even if the government of BC in Canada said, yes, go ahead and mine there, that company's responsible to come back to our First Nation and get a JCM mandate, which is all of the people, to consent to say yes. So the Tack River Tlingit First Nation has never ceded, released, or surrendered any of our Aboriginal rights and title to our traditional territory, and have worked tirelessly over many generations to protect our culture, land, and wildlife. The Taku River Tlingit Constitution is clear about our responsibilities to protect and govern our lands for today and future generations. It's our responsibility to pass on healthy land so that the Tlingit remain healthy and survive forever. Therefore, we have a responsibility to pass Tlingit laws which shall protect our traditional territory and way of life. The Tlitsini Vision Map, developed in 2009, identified the Taku River Tlingit vision for protecting our important cultural and natural landscapes across our traditional territory based on extensive community engagement and mapping, generations of traditional knowledge, and dedicated decades of scientific research. So I'd like to pause there, just understand that with that scientific research, they mapped out the areas of ecological sensitivities across our traditional territory through scientific-based research. And on the other hand, they did a lot of one-on-one interviews and research with traditional ecological knowledge with our ancestors and our people 40 years ago. We have interviews that have been conducted over probably decades. And so with that, when they did the overlays, it was astonishing to see that our traditional ecological knowledge and areas of significance within our traditional territory, when they laid that map over the scientific-based mapping, it was almost identical. That was provided, that showed that our traditional ecological knowledge absolutely provided the scientific-based, was backed up by the scientific-based research that was conducted. So, as I indicated about the salmon population, we go down to the Taku, and we harvest our salmon from the Taku on a yearly basis, which provides our way of life. We also harvest moose in the winter. I want to not just base, it's important to also acknowledge that when we're doing the work of the watershed, it also includes the land. So we also are our main source of eating outside of the salmon are our moose habitat. And part of our land is also includes the water, which is our hukusi. It makes it whole. And it's hard to separate the two. You can't separate the two without something falling down. And I can't say enough about our land guardians that are out there on a daily basis, being the eyes and ears for our traditional territory. Each and every one of us within our own First Nation or tribe have a unique regional sensitivity or an area where they acknowledge their own traditional ecological knowledge. And it can't be stressed enough that when you go into a different traditional territory, you acknowledge where you're at and acknowledge that they're the caretakers of that land, that they're the ones who are going to help support us get out of this climate crisis, and that they know every rock, every area within their traditional territory. So our land guardians are really our support. They're the backbone. They're the backbone of protection for our traditional territory. And each and every one of us, when we go into each one's territory, the acknowledgement and finding those land guardians are very important when we go and visit another country or another territory or province, wherever it may be. I can't stress it enough that even with our regional, I'm running out of time here. With our regional like officers that come into our community, they rely heavily on our land guardians to help support the permitting or the inspections that they do under the permits, which has helped them in many areas. In 2009, Tla'atsini vision was based on negotiating land protection underneath the 2011. So to date, we're still working on negotiating the legal designated areas for protection in the lower watershed. Next slide. We have been doing a lot of work in the community on an ongoing basis under the Clan Directors Council and Elders Guidance and Citizen Engagement. This is just a slide from there. We don't need to know what that timeline is. We're past that. And our declaration that we just signed in 2023, January 21st, 2023, is about the acknowledgement of the places that make us strong, our Tla'atsini. So acknowledging what areas within our traditional territory mean the most to us and what areas we're putting in for additional land protection considerations to BC and federal government. The Taku IPCs includes all land-bearing waters flowing into the Taku River, and therefore includes the entire 1.85 million hectares Taku watershed. The Taku IPCA identifies 60% of the Taku watershed as Tla'atsini protected area, including the existing protected areas of 16% along the new Indigenous protected areas that protect all salmon river and spawning areas, important wildlife habitat, culturally important landscapes, and that provide a climate change resilience now and into the future. The Taku IPCA proposes approximately 40% of the Taku watershed as specifically management areas where industrial development, including responsible mineral exploration, like I just explained. And it's important as well to understand that a consent-based agreement is huge for our First Nation. It's an agreement that most First Nations wish to have, and we've been able to sign off on that agreement here in the near future. We're looking probably in the next few months, we will bring it back to JCM for some more considerations, but it's also important to understand that this gives us an extra layer of protection that we would have never had otherwise. And is subject to TRT of prior informed consent to ensure projects are developed in an environmentally and ecological sensitive manner that generates meaningful employment and benefits for TRTFN members over the long term. Next slide. Oh, there you go. Oh, that one's not. So TRTFN has engaged with Crown Government BC and Canada with an interest to identify legal mechanisms and government arrangements that provide for Crown recognition of Taku IPCAs. One of the other latest, the opportunities for engaging with provincial government for changing some of their regulations is that opportunity has come here to us recently where we could support some of the wildlife initiatives that have just been passed to a different department. We are looking at engaging with BC government to make changes to some of those regulations to incorporate traditional ecological knowledge. And we're excited about that opportunity because it allows us to reach not only our our First Nation and our traditional territory, but it gives us opportunity to also work with other First Nations across the BC provincial government that would support those changes in their sensitive areas that they consider to be of value and need additional protections. And the use of our traditional ecological knowledge is imperative when we're looking at regulations, policies, and procedures that we have to follow, or we are following until we can implement our own traditional ecological Tlingit laws for our own traditional territory. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Charmaine. Y ahora voy a cambiar al español. Muy bien, colegas, pues tenemos una gran riqueza de
Very well. We have very good concepts, ideas, practices, knowledge that we can share. We are reaching our first break, but we still have a few minutes for questions and comments. We already have some questions from our public online. We don't have too much time. We have 5 minutes to exchange questions. And the good thing is that we have a break where if you would like to go to one of the presenters, you can ask your questions at that moment. But I'd invite you to make any comments, doubts. We have 2 microphones here in the front that we can take advantage of. And we already have some questions that we received through the internet. And okay, this question, the first question is for Sarah and Edward. And the question is, I would love to ask the first presenters, what are the actions that you are carrying out and implementing with regards to the climate crisis? And let's start with that one. If you can pass the microphone.
Is this working? So when we think about the climate crisis, I think there's a big awareness gap of the North. And one of the things that we try to inform people about is the boreal forest, where we're from. It's the largest terrestrial carbon sink on planet Earth. And the soil underneath it contains twice as much carbon as the atmosphere for the rest of the planet. And so it can't be ignored. What goes on in the Arctic can't be ignored. And so when you see the large fires in Canada, the large fires in Alaska, or the fires that you don't see in Russia, we have to take collective action on that. And so it's not something that one group can solve on our own, but we are active in changing fire management practices in Alaska. We're active in changing how the land is managed, and that's been our approach to our portion of the climate crisis. Obviously, our communities have not caused the climate crisis. Our communities, Sarah's community is a community of about 150 people. My community is a community of 700 people. It's the largest within community. And so our communities are very remote. We didn't cause the crisis, but we're doing our part as far as looking at how we can do things differently in our area so that other places in the world aren't impacted by what's occurring where we're from.
Thank you, Edward. Bueno, a ver, tenemos otras preguntas también.
Okay, we have other questions also that we received online. We have 5 more minutes, and I'm going to take 3 minutes from our break. And first, we're going to hear Sarah, and then I have a question for Charmaine.
Yeah, there is a lot of work being done on climate change in Alaska, but our area in the Yukon and Northeast Interior, that area is kind of like few villages and few population, and we don't seem to me, we've been elected to more study there because of population, is like, or because of money, because Alaska is like, when oil price go down, they cry. When they goes up, they're having party, and then the party is Republican, looks like, for a long time, and so a lot of paying attention is where the money is at right now. They're proposed, we fought and clean up a lot of oil, and not oil, but gold. Alaska is well known for gold from the beginning. There was a gold rush. They even celebrate gold rush days. So it's kind of difficult. It's mainly population area is being attention to and elect other remote area. And because I am from remote, and not much study is being made. And up north along the existing pipeline up to our next neighbor is Inupiaq up north, and Koyukon, and there's about 5 different indigenous group in Alaska. So one of them is Kuchen, and we're kind of elected from the study that I've been trying to push more on, because our land is not developed and it's clean, and we got clean water, and we got healthy caribou herd.
Thank you. Quizás un minuto para Cecia.
Maybe 1 minute for Cecia and Esther to talk about climate change and how to face it in the southeast area of Mexico. Very well. I like the phrase here from that Eddie said, the indigenous peoples that have lived in this territory have not caused that change, that climate crisis. However, I believe that each one of us, since our workplaces, we have to transmit to the new generations, to the youth, to the children, and to make it sensitive that the natural resources are not infinite, and we have to use them in a rational manner, as well as my colleague that mentioned, and I was mentioning with Eunice, that way of thinking, we have classified it since that these are myths. These are regulators of that point of balance, that each resource has a guardian, each resource, water, land, trees, the bees, the deer, all of them have a guardian, and we cannot abuse them. That is a principle, that the resources have to be used in a rational manner without abusing them. And from our Mayan culture, we have that principle. The one that abuses receives punishment from the owners of the jungle. Those principles that are superstitions or myths are the regulators of harmony with nature, that we have to recover and to bring them to these, our ways of life, our daily ways of life, in order to have that well-being and that harmony with all the living beings. Second, with regards to climate change, according to what we have been able to transmit, I think that the ancestral knowledge can be used to reverse, if not completely, to start seeing these forms, these traditional ecological forms of acting with regards to nature, with regards to the water reserves, to the cenotes, that all this from before could regulate. We have never known that in the past they defeated the territory completely. There were problems, yes. The Mayans never disappeared. They moved to another area and they have learned to live in another area, surviving with what they had. And those resources still exist, but in some way to be able to closer to improve the environment that we have. Thank you. Charmaine, your last question, if you can answer in 1 minute. What was the process to accomplish a dialogue between the local authorities and the governments? How were you able to bring them to the table?
Like I had indicated earlier, there's a long process of, we're one of the unsettled First Nations and within BC that provided us and there's been many court battles won over the last 20, 30 years that really put us in a position to govern and the opportunity to take care of our own traditional territory. We have not settled, ceded, or surrendered our traditional territory. That puts us in a unique position as Tlingit. When we engaged with our land use plan and we entered into that government to government agreement, it's not perfect, but it's a step towards having meaningful engagement with the provincial government and the Canadian government to support the work that we're doing within our traditional territory and acknowledging our land guardians in a way that other First Nations didn't have. So this is the opportunity of today from the work that has been done by our previous ancestors and court battles won that have provided us that opportunity.
Thank you. It certainly was not given, it doesn't sound like, but fought for and won by your efforts. Yeah. Bueno, tenemos dos cosas por hacer.
We have two things and then we will go to a coffee break. I would like to ask Kathy to give us 1 minute of reflection of what you have heard. And we have another survey online that I would like to ask our participants who are in line. This, your last ideas on what you heard?
Thank you so much. There's a lot of talk around traditional knowledge and how important it is. And, today we explore how traditional knowledge can be implemented, how it can be engaged. What I heard today, and you may have heard more and other things, is I learned that Indigenous sovereignty is key to environmental protection and management. That in that process, intergenerational knowledge transfer is at the heart of that. We need to create spaces for that knowledge transfer. We need to fund those dialogues. They're not dialogues with the state, they're internal dialogues, but they need to be supported so that they happen. The important role of consensus and community-based decision-making models. We also need to learn about those systems that since time immemorial protected these lands and managed these lands that are now facing crisis because of the way we live our lives in this modern era. I also say traditional knowledge identifies key concerns and key areas, the birthplaces, the key areas that we need to focus on, that Indigenous communities can send us at a time when there are so many priorities. They can prioritize for us where to make our investments. I guess we also need to acknowledge that there's regional expertise within Indigenous populations, and that there are specific territories and processes. And lastly, I would say the importance of Indigenous languages, the preservation and support of Indigenous languages, so that that old knowledge can be passed on through languages. I just think our presentations today were magnificent. Thank you so much.
Bueno, sí, un aplauso, sí. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Bueno, pues hemos llegado.
Okay, we have our first break. It's 11:10. I invite you to take 15 minutes and come back at 11:25 in order to start with the next session. Coffee is outside. Welcome. And for those of you who are online, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
So now we're going to continue with the second session about governance and water. And we have different speakers today. This session is divided into before and after lunch. And we're going to start with the results from the surveys or from the polls online. So let me remind you that the ones that are here at this room, you can participate with a QR code. People are very knowledgeable about Indigenous-led water restoration and conservation projects. So this topic is present among the different attendees and audience we have today. Well, now we're going to start with governance, water governance, and water governance is key for the success of water management projects. So before lunch, we have two speakers, and I'm going to ask Amelia Reina Montero Mijon to start this session so she can provide some context before we have our speakers. Amelia, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here. And before I continue on behalf of Carrie, I would like to apologize because she didn't thank the JPAC. JPAC has been our partner and my brothers and sisters to be able to be here. Without them, we wouldn't be here as a tradition, as the Traditional Ecological Knowledge expert group in the CC. So I would like to apologize on behalf of Katie for that. For the omission. Water is critical for the indigenous peoples. We do not conceive water as many governments or entrepreneurs or corporations conceive it. They regard it as something you can get money out of. As you were able to see the previous presentations, we can see water differently. For my community, water is the blood that runs through water, through land. It's what gives life and allows creating and having everything around us. The vision that we have is dual and is not mitigating, not depleting what we have around us, but preserving, protecting and over time, we have been preserving water differently as cultures do it through praying, through the slabs, through different water conservation techniques that have been developed to preserve water. And this information has been passed down to different generations. So it is very important to preserve traditional knowledge ecological traditional knowledge, because that way would be able to mitigate pollution derived from climate change, as we were able to see this in Alaska's species, where they see new species or plant mutations and species that are taking place in several areas due to water pollution. We, as indigenous peoples, believe that we are part of everything. We do not believe we are the owners of the land. We believe that land is something we need to honor and be grateful for the things we get from the land. Land is not owned by us. We are part of the land, and that is something that we have to take into consideration. And this vision is shared with many indigenous peoples. I believe that water restoration and conservation is something that has to be preserved, and can talk and discuss this with our brothers and sisters from other indigenous peoples to continue surviving in this climate change issue. Water is ours. We have to care for the water, and we have to love water so we can get back from the water healthy and clear water. Unfortunately, most people do not empathize with traditional knowledge. They believe that traditional ecological knowledge is obsolete and that it doesn't work. But you will see that with the new technologies and with our knowledge, we will be able to have a better quality of life, starting with water, which is nurturing for all of us. The joint decision-making process is critical to have a positive impact, not in the north region of this world, but this can be done worldwide, so we can be healthy and reduce climate change. So I'm going to pass the floor to the speakers now. Thank you, Amelia. Let's give Amelia a round of applause. Well, now I would like to ask Ernesto Santiago Martinez to address some words and to share his experience. Ernesto is the representative of 18 Nishites communities, or it is a Zapotec people from the central region of Oaxaca. And he's also the head of the United Peoples Commission for fresh water protection. So Ernesto, welcome. Please share your experiences with us. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Yes? Okay. Now you can hear me. Okay. Good morning. Thank you very much for attending this meeting. Welcome everyone to the Zapotec lands from the central valleys of Oaxaca. Today, I would like to talk about a story related to 17 communities, the Kopura story. And it is the coordinator of United Peoples for Water Defense. These are communities that work based on two essential things that are affecting or having an impact, a negative impact in the communities. This is the lack of water and the location of the water. The origin of our association was in 2005, where there was a lack of water as a result of of climate change, and the levels of water started to drop dramatically, and the people from the Valley of Oaxaca, the farmers realized that the water level was dramatically reduced, and they started looking for some other options. So they started to wait for the support from the government, and they kept waiting and waiting, but the state did not react, and the government had letters of invitation to pay water access, and this was derived from the dramatical increase on electricity. They use electricity to pump water. It's not the same to extract from 2 to 10 meters deep to 10 to 20 meters deep. And you need a larger motor or double motor to extract water from that depth. So the Water Commission estimated water consumption, and the reference was more electricity, more power means more water consumption or water use. So the communities ended up with an invitation to pay more water. And it was, we had a forbidden and this restricted water use for the for the farmers. So we started organizing in groups. The first people that took these steps to create Copuda, to create a common front to this way of reacting from the state government. So in 2006, the first assembly, the first Copuda assembly took place, and we started discussing based on our common grounds. And something that made us walk in the same direction is to start these conversations based on the way we live, we believe, and we relate to our lands. That's critical and essential for all of us, because it is very complicated to fight for something we are not aware of, that we don't know, and it is easier to fight for something we know. Water is not a resource in Copuda. In Copuda, we say we are water, and everything that has to do to fight for water has to do fight for our lives, for our territory, for our land, which is the house that shelters us and that is common for all of us. I am very happy to have this type of events held in this area that gathers part of the continent, because we are brothers and sisters of the same land, and we are part of a geographical area in this beautiful world, in this earth, Mother Earth. In Copuda, there has been a story for fighting for our land, and that fight led us to create different fronts. The first one is the organization. How can we organize ourselves to have a common front? And another front has been activities, common activities, aguadas or water supplies, or springs, taking care of the springs and collecting water. Activities started to take place to recover all the aquifers. This has been done for several years, and we have been creating less pressure for the water. And then we started fighting acknowledgement of our rights to water. So there was a decree of on November 24th, 2020, the federal government issued a decree where we were acknowledged to use water and our autonomy in terms of freshwater management. This for the communities is important, but this implies a great responsibility. We had left in hands of the government something that it was ours to do. And suddenly we left this aside and we left everything in the hands of the government. We are in the process of recovering that management. We have had some hiccups, but we have a freshwater indigenous community, which is the authority of water in these 17 countries, which includes several authorities that have to do with our traditional territory and the management of such territory, so we can create a more organized collective activity. We have also created some additional bodies so they can manage fresh water. The state will not be managing, but within the communities, we have created authorities that can manage water. We have also created an aquifer network so that communities can have mechanisms that can create their own information, because sometimes data is are biased and we cannot create information. So this information will come from the bodies and from the authorities which have been created in the community. So they have this transfer process so it can be used for data created in the community and used in the community, that data which is not shared with the state, because we want to have the right input in our assemblies to defend fresh water. The maximum authority in the Zapotec country, Zapotec peoples, is the assemblies. The assemblies or meetings that help us see where we're leading to. That has been strengthened, and we believe that we have just started a process of recovering our management. So we had been losing this link with our traditional territory. The land is not a resource that can be traded, but land is something that supports life, and from there we can generate well-being for everyone. I believe that all efforts that are directed to taking care of the environment are efforts that are directed to taking care of life. This process has been accompanied by many people, many agencies, many organizations that have come together to work with this process, and we celebrate that. But for our communities, all that support, all that accompaniment are welcome, provided they respect our uses and traditions, because this is the objective of any intervention in our communities. We receive these interventions, but it is always subject to the community's visions. So we know that there are conditions to recover the institutions and the organizational structure that made up the Zapotec culture. We have the tequio. The tequio is a way of working for a common purpose. So, for example, if someone is in a disadvantageous situation, to be able to address a problem, the Zapotec peoples get together for this community to be able to attain the goal. We know that the system is very strong and we cannot work against the system, a system that individualizes and trades everything. So we want to stop fighting against the system, and we want to start positioning us in a way of living that used to be very important in the past. So we want to continue in that direction. However, as communities, we have some uses, some traditions or customs that come from the past that are a part of our genes. The information is there, and we just need to recover this information to be able to put this information into practice. We know that the fight of the Zapotec indigenous peoples can provide a vision and an inspiration for other communities. This vision from the Valley of Oaxaca that can help with the self-determination of the indigenous peoples. We are owners of the traditional territories because our ancestors were here, and every time there is a need to receive some advice, they will be there so that through the water, the wind, the sun, we will get the message of what they experienced and felt in our own traditional territories. As part of the problem we are currently facing is the effects of climate change. We have been hearing about environmental justice, but I think that the speech, it has not gotten to the reality. We don't want to create fantasies that come from abroad. These are things that have to come from our own communities, and we have made some progress. We should support these incentives in the community and these ideas and initiatives from the communities instead of trying to implement a model that generalizes everything. If we want to generalize our interventions, we're going to continue with systems, rules that standardizes everything. Communities are unique as well as individuals. So we need to bet to support individual communities that make sense in our peoples and that take place in our traditional territories. In Copuda, we say it is our water because it's our traditional territory, therefore it is our right. But when we extract water and we harvest the land to produce the crops and the fruits that and vegetables that we grow, we are producing life. And thanks to that, we continue providing food for all inhabitants. And this is a commitment that we have, in our communities by respecting our own cultures. And these communities represent our communities, and the representatives are elected in our community meetings, and they take turns. These are solidarity and free services that are provided by these representatives. These representatives are the spokespersons from these communities. And we want new generations to be part of this process. We want to have an influence on the educational system. We want to streamline the education so we can generate this knowledge to new generations. We want to use the formal system to include all our aspirations and inheritance received from our communities. So I would like to encourage all of you to continue working in this direction, to continue talking to the communities. But we believe that we are brothers and sisters from the same territory, and we can share our knowledge, and we can get to common ground and thrive so that the future generations can meet their needs with dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ernesto.
I'm going to switch to English to present our next speaker. We have the great honor of having Jeanette Wolfley with us here today. Jeanette is a Shoshone-Bannock Nation member from Idaho in the United States. She is a lawyer and a professor at the University of New Mexico School of Law, and she has thought and written extensively about water and indigenous water rights. Jeanette, welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Sangabechiku. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to begin by talking a little bit about the presentation I'm going to do involving what we call the Biagawait, which in English, that is a Shoshone word for the Snake River, which flows from the Yellowstone National Park in Wyoming down through my homeland. And actually Yellowstone is part of our original homelands. And so on the slide here is a picture of some of our water that flows through our reservation area, the Fort Hall Reservation. And Biagawait means big or mighty waters or mighty river stream. And originally, and today it's called the Snake River. And the reason it's called the Snake River is that it's named after the Shoshone people. Long ago, and so it could possibly be called the Shoshone River, but long ago when the Shoshones would meet other tribes and when they would introduce themselves to other tribes throughout the region in sign language, because they didn't speak the same language, they would give this motion. And that meant river people or the Biagawait people. And that also means salmon. And so many other tribes took that as meaning a snake as opposed to a river or a salmon. And so then when other explorers who came into the area met my people, they would call them the Snake people. And so, but our original name is, our river name is the Biagawait people, just for your information. The, my reservation shows here Idaho. It shows some of the area of the state of Idaho, which is in northwestern United States. Our territory involved a very large area that included not only Idaho, but Montana, Utah, Oregon, and up into Canada, as well as Nevada and over as far as Wyoming and Colorado. It's comprised of a number of Shoshone bands that are from different areas of the state, Fort Hall, Weiser, Boise. These are all different river Shoshone bands, and a separate tribe, which was called the Bannock Indians. And eventually they were allies over the years. And so they traveled together, often hunting and fishing throughout the area. But eventually the United States entered into 11 treaties with my people. And after the final treaty, the tribes agreed to move or relocate to the Fort Hall area, which is in the southeastern part of the state. And you can see it in the right-hand corner here, shows the reservation in yellow. And the original reservation was 1.8 million acres. And then subsequently in the late 1900s, there was cession agreements that are set out in purple that show the tribe agreed to reduce further their reservation. So the Fort Hall Reservation was originally a trading post area because this particular area has three main rivers that flow through it: the Snake River, the Blackfoot River, and the Portneuf Rivers. And it's comprised, this area that's up in the top corner is called the Fort Hall Bottoms, and that is freshwater springs that flow out of into near the river, but it's freshwater cold springs that are used primarily for ceremonial use by the tribes as part of our ceremonies. The reservation, as I explained, was formed out of a final treaty in 1868. It was originally what was called an executive order, meaning that the President of the United States formed it or agreed to it, and then a treaty was signed with the tribes in 1868, and it was signed for the absolute use of the tribes, and it concerned the permanent homeland of the tribes. The present reservation, the boundaries are 546,000 acres of
land, and we also own around 5,000 or 6,000 that are off or outside of the reservation boundaries. Most of the land is tribally owned land, and some land is owned by tribal members and non-Indians, about 2% of that land base. Let me talk a little bit about the water systems that are used in the United States. There are two kinds of systems, but the one system that is mainly used for allocation of water in the Western United States is called a prior appropriation system. And this is made into law and passed by each state of the Western United States, and it's the doctrine of prior appropriation. And it's based upon 4 principles. The first one is the phrase first in time, first in right. And that means that the earliest appropriators of water have a continuing right to use that amount of water. And water under this system is separate from the land. So you don't actually, you can sell and you can lease the water. So it's not have to be tied to a particular piece of land. You can move it around, transfer it under this system. And the other important principle under this system is that when there is a scarcity of water, the person with the earliest water right or senior priority date may appropriate all of that water that they need. And they're the junior users who come later. Say if you have a right in 1868 and someone comes after you and starts using a water right in, say, 1888, you have the first or senior water right on the system. And so you can make what is called a call, and then anybody below you or even above you that has a later junior right, they have to stop their water of use. And that water comes to you then. And so the other primary principle is use it or lose it, meaning that you can forfeit your water right if you don't use it over time. So this is kind of the non-Indian or the white kind of system that is in place. But then we have a tribal water rights system that was established in 1908 by the Winters versus United States case involving the Grovant tribe out of Montana. And this is premised because tribes entered into treaties or agreements or other kinds of executive orders that established reservations or tribal homelands. This water then implicitly reserved tribal water for their land to fulfill the purposes of the reservation, either for agriculture, other economic development, general cultural purposes and so on. And so the priority date then for a senior water right for tribes is the date the reservation was established or an executive order. And because of that, it changes then the water right that tribes have versus a non-Indian water right. And what this means is that in most instances, tribal water rights are the senior water right on systems in the West. And the other thing that is important is that tribes cannot lose that water right. So you may have had a water right, established your water right, say in 1868, and you didn't really begin using it until 1978. That doesn't mean that you lost any of your water right. Tribes did not lose that. So they're limited, they're entitled to determine and have a determination of that water right. And because tribes had reservations established very early, they usually are the senior water right user on most systems, which, as you can imagine, that creates a lot of conflict within the water system because non-Indians settlers have come west, started building homeland areas, villages, and so forth. And then you have and they think they have water, and along comes a tribe and says, wait a minute, we have a water right from 1868. You only started using your water in 1832 or 1932. So we get the water first. And so what has happened over the years is that tribes then, the United States and states created this, what they call an adjudication of tribal water rights or all water rights in the West. And you establish your water right either through litigation, filing a case, or you establish it through a settlement agreement. And that is ongoing in the United States right now. Tribes are either negotiating or they're litigating their water rights. I have this picture here of an irrigation development that occurred on the Fort Hall Reservation very early, 1889. And this system was established on the reservation, not necessarily for tribes, our tribe, because they wanted us to become farmers, but it was often used by non-Indians throughout the reservation to siphon the water through the reservation, through canals and so forth, to go off reservation. We began our negotiations with the state of Idaho in 1985. We were the first tribe in the state of Idaho to negotiate with the state of Idaho to determine our water right. But this whole idea of establishing our water right began long before this, at least 20, 30 years earlier, when our tribal elders talked about someday we are going to need to make sure we have enough water for our reservation. And when the tribes long ago had settlements with the United States over land claims, our tribal council and our tribal people set aside around $10 to $15 million just for this purpose, because they knew that eventually we would have to litigate. And so when they determined the legislature was going to start water use negotiation, our tribe wrote a letter to the governor of the state and said, we believe we have the senior water right on Biagoate or the Snake River, and we would like to negotiate an agreement with you. And so we began our negotiations then right away in 1987. We reached an agreement in 1990. And this is just kind of our cultural perspective and our tie to the water. And I like the story that was told from the people from the north, the Gwich'in people, because our story has some of the same characters. In fact, muskrat is the tough little muskrat is our character too, who water people, who saves the day and brings, forms our people, not necessarily mountains, but our people. Some people say that's probably why we're from the mud of the river system. And that's probably why we're brown and round, because they form it from a little ball of mud. And so, but there are many other people who are in that story. And so our elders recognize that with regard to our water resources. And that was probably one of the reasons we were near and lived near these water systems in Idaho, is because they recognize the importance of waters in our culture. So let me move along here. One of the 4 goals in the water settlement was to secure what is called wet water, just not what is called a paper right, that you have a water right, but you can't get it to your reservation. So it's actual water. We wanted to make sure we had water through natural flows and storage of water, that we'd have the flexibility to use various sources of water, and to create a settlement document that was reality-based, that was flexible, and it could be used for the future. We secured in our 1990 water right settlement 581,031 acre-feet of water that is from the Snake River. We have different water rights, natural flow, groundwater. We have reservoir, contract storage water, and in-stream flows throughout the area. We also have, we use the water in our water agreement for irrigation, domestic, commercial, stock water, in-stream flows, and we also lease water if we have some left over. Leasing is very important in that we lease water to non-Indians or the federal government for uses, and that actually brings a lot of income to run our water department that was formed as part of the agreement. One of the things that is important, it brings certainty to our water use. We can transfer and change the water use. We have been in the implementation stage after 1990 for, well over 20 years. And if anything, this is one of the most, I think, difficult stages, and that the attorneys who negotiate the agreement, then we turn it over to our water engineers and all of our people to implement that agreement for the tribe. And so they have then created codes with our help, regulations, regularly have community meetings, and gathering knowledge all the time from our elders on different areas throughout the reservation with regard to water, and so many other kinds of things to resolve disagreements. We administer our water totally through our water department within the reservation under our tribal laws. Non-Indians, there are a few that are on the reservation, and that is administered by the state. It's our responsibility, along with the United States, to administer the distribution through those irrigation projects that were established in the early 1900s. We also then have a huge GIS system in place which monitors the distribution of water and the accounting of data that is shared among the states and the feds on an ongoing basis. Although one thing that I would, one of the biggest challenges we face is always being vigilant to protect your water rights. There are always junior users who are always attempting to take our water right. We have litigated, even though we had established our water right, we ended up filing objections to non-Indians who were claiming our tribal water. Over 700 objections. We filed suit against the city of Pocatello, which is right nearby. They were claiming our priority date. There's always litigation over interpretation of the agreement, the management plans, and subordinating language in our plan. One thing I would caution, if you're ever negotiating one of these, is, as an attorney, of course, is to make sure that language is clear, and not to put a savings clause and say, well, we'll determine this later. Because if you aren't part of that agreement, later on, people have their own interpretation of what is going on. And so there's other ongoing challenges, but I see I'm getting the hook here. And so I'm going to slow down and maybe save this for later, the rest of my presentation. And I will just end here. I have some uses and information that we used for gathering our tribal knowledge on this area and building relations with the feds and states. But I will just end here with a picture of some of our projects that we have going, our water monitoring, our permitting programs, and water planning that occurs throughout the reservation. We also have water drilling out of our department, controlling the water uses, the septic systems, and controlling for clean water purposes, the water discharge that takes place throughout the reservation. So thank you for listening, and I look forward to talking with you later.
Gracias, Janet. Fascinante.
Thank you, Janet. Fascinating. We're going to lunch in a few minutes, but we will have the opportunity of asking questions to Ernesto and Janet coming back from lunch and at the end of the last session, together with the other presenters that we will have at the second half of this session. But before we go to lunch, Amelia, I've heard several things, and I would like to hear your ideas. But evidently, the topic of water is a topic of conflict and alert for indigenous peoples. It is clear that the organization is key to ensure the rights of water. And it is very clear that we have to work from the inside of the system, working through judicial systems, but also outside the judicial system with political and social agreements. And we have to be very vigilant with regards to the topic of water. And what are your ideas, Amelia, after you heard our colleagues and they shared the experiences? I think that their ideas, the importance of having efforts to add efforts. Every ethnia and every indigenous peoples are different. And something that is common to all is water, and creating legislations that are ad hoc and with the intercultural vision, because it's not the same thing to legislate from platforms, but to legislate from cultural perspectives for each indigenous community. This has to be an important point. It is urgent that we do it, because if not, we're going to continue extracting water from the communities where we see it pure and it is contaminated. It reaches other places contaminated. This is something very important, and take the knowledge of the elders of each ethnia in order to recover this ancestral knowledge that we have been losing or modifying through time. I leave with this reflection, and yes, in every place, see this harmonization, legislative harmonization, to look at for communication with society, communities, the indigenous, the business people, and see also how we can legislate in a different way with this intercultural vision. Thank you very much, and bon appetit. Very well, very well, thank you. Logistics, the lunch will be in where we had breakfast on the other side of the hotel, in front of the swimming pool. It's a buffet, and all of you are welcome to share in that lunch. We will come back in an hour, and we will have the opportunity of listening to the second part of the session, and also to ask questions, to start a dialogue with our presenters, with Ernesto, Janet, as well as those who will come after lunch. We will see you soon. If you are online, please register your comments in the chat. And I would like to thank Amelia, Janet, and Ernesto for sharing their knowledge, and applause for them. And we will see you at 1:15. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start the second part of this event, or of today's event. And we still have music going on in the background. Okay, so I hope you have enjoyed your meals. I hope that you enjoyed the mole, the traditional mole, which is a dish from Oaxaca. And I hope it didn't split on your shirts. And we have a very interesting panel, which is the third part of today's governance panel. We have 3 panel members who will be sharing their experiences, and we have some time left for a Q&A session. And for the speakers that will be presenting now, and for the speakers that presented before lunch. And I have another question in the survey. In the poll, there's another question. What do you see as the strongest element to promote collaboration? And the answer is promote knowledge exchange engage in dialogue and developing tools. I think that promote knowledge exchange is top number one. Is well, as we have done in this Congress, I would like to ask another member of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge Expert Group member to address some welcome words to this panel and also provide some context. I want to ask Maria del Pilar Gonzalez to address some words. So my heart is very happy to be here with all of you. Welcome and good afternoon. This topic for indigenous peoples and the conservation of fresh water. This has to, the vision has to be the relationship of the indigenous peoples with water. For the indigenous peoples, water is not only a resource, it's a life element. So this differs from the Western vision. We always think and believe that the weather, feels and things. Therefore, in many of our communities on May 3rd, we pamper water, we celebrate water, we pamper water so that this resource, which is life itself, continues flowing. But that, it is undeniable that there is a problem that water faces. This problem has to do with the territory that is threatened by the mining activities, tourism, urbanizations, drug trafficking, home erosion, intellectual exploitation, fires, and so natural such as pests that have been developed due to climate change. Not only indigenous peoples and farmers, but every life faces this threat. Before this landscaping, conservation, and resistance of this resource, in this case water, would be the solution because we have deep roots of ecological, ethical, and biocultural roots that generous and deep connotation, which is preserving where the role of women is transcendental as the main user of this element in our traditional territories. In this context, we will be able to visualize that Mexico and the three countries together are meeting the human right of water management and water in terms of the OECD has established the collaboration in a network will reverse the scarcity of water, of fresh water. So the panel members will talk about how to strengthen the collaboration among the indigenous peoples so that the CEC, which is a trilateral body, which is a reference for the political development of programs, this vision of rescue of respect of the traditional ecological knowledge. Thank you so much.
Muy bien. I'm going to switch to English to present our next guest. We're going to have a virtual presentation here today. The miracle of the internet allows us to do this. And I'd like to welcome Sharon M. Day with us. Sharon M. Day is an Ojibwe and is the Executive Director of the Indigenous Peoples Task Force She is the leader of the Nibi Walks, extended ceremonies to pray for the water. And this is amazing to me. I'm very excited to hear about it, but she has walked the Mississippi, the Missouri, and the Ohio rivers in the United States. These are very long and incredible and important rivers in the United States. And she has recently led a walk around Lake Superior, a massive body of fresh water, for those of you who are not familiar with it. It's a pleasure to have you here, Sharon. As I have done with everybody else, everybody's going to have 15 minutes to present. And Sharon, you can't see me, so I'll rely on you to keep time. But for everybody else, I'll be making my signs from my chair. So Sharon, welcome and thank you.
Buju, Ninindwe Maganidug, Nagamo my Ingan and Dishnakaz, Babashashi and Dodem, Ojibwe Kwe and Dow, Ishnejo Madeo, Madeo Wanakwe and Dow. So in my language, I greeted you and told you that my Ojibwe name is Singing Wolf, and I'm from the Martin clan. Want to. I'm grateful to be here today to talk a little bit about the water in our language. Nibi Mino Bimatis is when that means water and the good life. Next slide, please. I want to just give you a picture of where I'm coming to you today. And I live on this land. It's about 40 acres. And Gittigan and the Big Dipper Mound. So you can see the image of the garden, which is Gittigan on the left side of the picture. And then on the right, if you see that little brown mound, that is actually the Big Dipper. And just for scope, the mound is 60 feet long from foot to tail. And we grow heirloom from heirloom seeds, produce that we use for an indigenous baby food we call Indigi Baby. And our goal is to get young mothers to feed their infants this indigenous diet immediately when they're done breastfeeding, so that these young infants have a good start in life. And our farming practices are all, we use no herbicides, no pesticides. We have some goats for fertilization. And also we make something called a compost tea brew that we use for fertilizing, but that's it. Next slide. So in order to grow this food, we need to have an environment that's safe for all the creatures, and of course we need to have good water. Next, please. And I want to talk a little bit about the Nibi walks. This is a picture of my niece Raina. She is Ojibwe and Mexica, and she's walked with me a number of times. And in our culture, among the Ojibwe people and other people in the Midwest, we believe that it's women's responsibility to take care of the water. And so water, Nibi is just water. Until we make that offering, we gather the water, and we send those petitions, those prayers up for the water, and we sing those water songs. Only then does it become Medewabu, that most sacred water. Next, please. And one of our medicines that we've grown, I've been growing since 2000, is asema or tobacco. And you can see they're very tiny. They've just been, the plants have just germinated, but we use tobacco as our first offering before we do anything, before we plant, before we gather water, before we do anything. And so this, of course, this tobacco is pure and natural. Next. And it's just an image of what it looks like when it's ready to harvest. Next, please. And also, you know, when I showed you that first slide, it's Gittigan and sugar and the sugar bush. So we have hundreds of maples on this land, and every spring we've been harvesting the maple sap to make maple sugar and maple syrup. And you know, how well the trees grow also is determined by the amount of rainfall we have, and whether we have a drought or not. But this is one of the most beautiful things. I grew up at a place called Sugar Bush up on the Boys Fort Reservation. And, you know, our people have been gathering maple sap since the beginning of time. And this is one of the ingredients also in the baby food. Next, please. In 2013, we walked the Mississippi River, and we started at the headwaters, which is up near Bemidji, and followed the river all the way to the Gulf of Mexico. And this is just a little image, you know, of the river at the beginning. And next, please. And I just want to end with this slide, and I'm sorry it's not a very good image, but this is a drawing I did of, you know, what we wish to see. And if we're able to teach our children these you know, these things, how we grow food, how we harvest wild rice, you know, how we take care of the water. Right now, they're planning some mining up near my reservation, up on the Iron Range, and sulfide mining. And sulfide, of course, will kill the wild rice. Monomen, the good grain, that is one of our most sacred foods. And so we have to, you know, do all the things that we can to try to protect our wild rice. And if, you know, we were given these grandfather teachings, and they are the values that we are to live by. And so at the root of the tree are those values: love, generosity, respect, honesty, courage, humility, and wisdom. And I added also the rights of nature. If those are the roots of our trees, of our culture, and as it goes up the trunk, you can see there's all of these things are part of our ceremonies, our songs, our teachings. And if we were able to practice that, you know, the tree would be healthy, our communities would be healthy, and ultimately we would be able to, the fruit of all of that endeavors, those endeavors would be peace. A reporter once asked me when I was walking one of the rivers, he said, "What do you hope to achieve?" And I said, "World peace." And he said, "What?" And I said, "Yes, peace." Because if we practice taking care of the water, respecting the water, having gratitude for the water, and also knowing that we are the water. Our bodies at inception are 95% water. At birth, we are 80% water. And, you know, I'm 71, you know, hopefully I'm still about 65% water. And if we could treat the water with these love, respect, and gratitude, we could treat each other that way, you know, then indeed, and practice these values that were given to us, we indeed would have peace. And you know, peace is what we need in the world right now. So I will end there. I hope that I didn't go over my 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Miigwech.
Thank you, Sharon. I hope you can stay on a little bit to take questions at the end of the session. Thank you so much. Okay, I will continue in English briefly. So our next presenter is Brandon Rice, and Brandon is a member of the Mohawk community from the Kanyankehaka community of the Kanehatsake, currently residing in Kanawake, which is a community situated on the south shore of Montreal, Quebec. He works as a project support technician for the Kanawake Environment Protection Office, KEPO, where he has been working on monitoring and restoring waterways flowing through the Kanawake. He's a hunter and a fisherman and plays a key role in bridging between the community and the environmental authority there. And we're very excited to have him talk about his experience. Brendan, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Loud. Sego Zewego, everyone. Brandon Ujuts Rice, the Wax Nazare, the Wasazada, the Wagosariago, Gonna Sadagani, the Waganu, Gano Gatwagets Kidru. So, hello, everyone. My name is Brandon Rice. I'm from the Mohawk or Ganyagahaga community of Kanasadage, and I now currently reside in the Ganyagahaga community of Gahnawage, where I work as a project support technician for the Ganawage Environment Protection Office in the aquatic project sector, utilizing my background in hunting and fishing, as well as my connections and relationships within the hunting and fishing community to strengthen our works at the Environment Office. I've utilized my background to help develop and work on the Aquatic Stewardship Program, which is essentially the assessment and monitoring of aquatic ecosystems within our territory. And recently, we've been able to add a restoration component to that program, which we've called Undewanagosaruni, which translates to we are rejuvenating the water. Now, one of the projects that I'll be talking about today is our North Creek Community Visioning Project, and as it encompasses all these components. But before I get into that, I'd like to cover the who, what, where, when, and why of the Environment Office, the community of Gahnawage, who we are as a Ganyagahaga sovereign nation, our culture and its ties to water, and why we're talking about rejuvenating those ties and the water itself. So currently, the community of Gahnawage is situated on the banks of the St. Lawrence River, which on what is now known as the South Shore across from the city of Montreal, Quebec. The St. Lawrence, being one of the largest rivers in the world, runs from the outflow of Lake Ontario to the Gulf of the St. Lawrence. It is our direct connection to the Great Lakes region. And we've been settled here in more of a colonial context since 1716, with some other prior settlements dating back to 1667, located just downstream of where we are today. The name Gahnawage means place on the rapids, and the indigenous people that call that place home are referred to as Gahnawage Ronu, which means the people on the rapids. And the rapids I'm referring to are the Lachine Rapids, which are located just downstream of our current settlement today. And in a colonial context, the colonial history will state that we've only been here roughly, or in that location, roughly 300 to 350 years, and that our ancestors migrated over from New York State region. But as we know it, the Ganyagahaga know it, our history claims that that area, the southern Quebec region, more specifically the Montreal area, what we call Tiohtià:ke, was a large trade and meeting location for many indigenous nations since time immemorial. And that the southern Quebec region is part of our traditional and historical home range, which also incorporates or encompasses Western Vermont and New York State, and equates to roughly 9 to 10 million acres. And these 9 to 10 million acres we still fight for today, and we claim we've never relinquished our sovereignty over that land. So who are the Ganyagahaga? Gahnawage is one of 8 Ganyagahaga territories or communities that make up the Ganyagahaga Nation. And the Ganyagahaga Nation is part of what's called the 5 or now the 6 Nations Confederacy, or as we call it, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy. Haudenosaunee translates to people of the longhouse. Historically, we lived in these longhouse dwellings, and now modern day we use these longhouses as ceremonial locations and meeting locations. These longhouses are structured in the east to west formation. The square on the very east or right end of the photo, depicted by the Hiawatha Belt, is the Kanien'kehá:ka Nation. We're considered the protectors of the eastern door. And to the very left or to the very west of that belt is the Seneca Nation. Our brothers and sisters, the Seneca Nation, share the responsibilities of protecting the western door. And in the middle of our nation or our confederacy is the Onondaga Nation. And the reason they're symbolized by a tree is because it's said at the time of the formation of our league that our 5 nations gathered at Onondaga, specifically Onondaga Lake, and we had agreed to a truce and that we would no longer fight and war with one another and that we would bury our weapons. And so we buried our weapons, both symbolically and literally, beneath the tree, beneath the white pine tree at Onondaga Lake. And this system is still alive to this day. We still meet in Onondaga Nation when we hold our grand councils. So the Haudenosaunee Confederacy is structured by a matriarchal society, meaning women are at the center of our communities. And more specifically, we're structured by or under a clan system. The Kanien'kehá:ka people have 3 clans: the Turtle, Bear, and Wolf. Each clan has a clan mother and a clan chief. This system was carried out throughout our confederacy, each nation having its own distinct number of clans. And together we come to decisions based off of consensus, not by voting. And this form of governance is what we call the Gayat Narat Goa, which translates to the Great Law of Peace. And as we know it, this Great Law of Peace is well over 1,000 years old and has been recognized as being influential upon the United States Constitution and their Bill of Rights. So now for some significance of water and as it ties to our communities and our nation and to symbolize its importance. Water is not only tied to us, but it's also rooted deeply into our way of life and directly reflected upon our existence. So, and that can be reflected all the way from our treaties, all the way to our creation story and who we are at our core. And I thought I would just share that the Haudenosaunee people are an agricultural people, growing what we call the 3 sisters crop, the corn, beans, and squash. We also hunted and fished, but the 3 sisters was our main form of sustenance. And to kind of show the significance of this sustenance, I thought I would share an interpretation of the word, I love you. So in our language, the way we say I love you is gonorunkwa. And that word gonorunkwa is tied to the word ganoru. And that word ganoru means precious. Now, if you break that word down further, the word ganoru is tied to yaganoru, which is our word for rain. So when we say I love you in our language, it can be interpreted or translated to, you are as precious to me as the rain. So for people that grew crops and sustained entire communities, entire families, entire nations based off our crops, this is extremely important, extremely significant to us. Now, water has also been woven into our government and treaty affairs, and that can be reflected by the Two-Row Wampum Treaty of 1613. This treaty was created with Dutch settlers as they started to encroach and live upon our ancestral and traditional lands in New York State. And it is said to kind of solidify this alliance and relationship with the Dutch as we started trade relations. We would create a wampum belt. Wampum belts were used by our people to signify important events, historical dates, anything like that. And so it is said that the only way this relationship between us and the Dutch would work is that we would traverse what we call the river of life, or travel this river of life together, but on separate vessels. The Indian people or the Kanien'kehá:ka people in our canoe and the Dutch in their ship. And that we would forever be linked to one another by what we call the silver covenant chain. And the reason why we say silver covenant chain instead of using iron chains, for example, is because iron will deteriorate and break down over time. But we say that the silver can always be polished and rejuvenated, and rejuvenating our relationships as we come together, and that we would never try to steer one another's vessels or ships on this river of life. Now, water can also be it also ties into our creation story and who we are as a Ganyagahaga people. So our creation story starts off with a woman that we call Sky Woman falling to our earth, the earth that we call home today. And as she fell to this earth, the waterfowl, specifically the geese, caught her and lowered her to the back of the turtle. And the reason they lowered her to the back of the turtle is because our world at the time had no landmass. It was completely covered by water. Now, as she lay on the back of the turtle, the muskrat had approached her and offered to help her build up a world, or build up our mother, the earth. And so he dove to the bottom of the river, which some of you have mentioned today, kind of a similar story. He dove to the bottom of the river and grabbed a handful of soil. And on his way up, he unfortunately ran out of air and passed. But he had given the ultimate sacrifice to Sky Woman to build our mother, the earth. And so as she took that soil, she placed it on the back of the turtle and shuffled her feet throughout the whole turtle shell from end to end, and sang and danced our traditional songs and music. And it said when she was done this, that she had come back and realized that she had created our mother, the earth, or as we call it, Turtle Island. And later on, when the first humans that started to inhabit Turtle Island, we were given specific instructions that this world is here to sustain us, that the game animals, the fish, the water is here to provide for us, and that all we have to do is take care of it. We must respect everything. Everything on this earth is created equal. We are not above or below anything. And this idea kind of instilled that we are the original caretakers of our mother, the earth, or our Turtle Island. And this relationship and teachings and foundations really transpired to the people of Kahnawake even till today. However, the way of life and the way we're instructed to live originally hasn't really transpired. And that is because of colonial impacts to our land base. So in the early days of Kahnawake, really leading up to the 1940s, the community was largely a fishing and farming community, planting the Three Sisters and using fish to subsidize, selling locally caught fish to subsidize low wages. Our elders talk about using the river as part of everyday life, to water their crops, bringing their domesticated animals to the water to drink, using it to wash. 5 minutes, okay, I'll hurry up. Using it to wash their clothes, using the creeks that run through our community to wash their clothes and wash our corn, stuff like that. So during the 1940s, we've seen a large expropriation of our land base, and specifically our waterfront property, which cut through the heart of our community. And this was because of the St. Lawrence Seaway expropriation. 1,300 acres of our waterfront property was taken from us, and hundreds, if not thousands of acres were destroyed because they dumped the clay and bedrock that they removed onto our farmable land and completely cut off the community to our riverfront. This not only brought a loss of land, language, but to our culture and obviously our connection to our river, it also brought a huge sense of stagnation. Still today, we see the effects of low water flow and sedimentation in some of our bay and recreational areas. And this really sparked the community to take environmental issues into its own hands, which was really the origins and foundations of the Environment Office. So the community led multiple protests over the years, such as the Archipel Hydro Project protest, which was the younger generation standing up and eventually stopping a potential hydro dam that was supposed to block the Lachine Rapids, which would have further affected our land base and affected sturgeon, which we use to this day as a form of sustenance. We were then taken under the Indian Act Band Council for funding purposes, and this funding, even though Indian Act Band Councils can be hard to work with, working within that framework and that context, we make the best of the situation, and our community does what it can. So, however, these foundations and that funding boost really allowed us to grow and carry out works and lead our own works and projects that we do today. And really, this allowed us to lead the way in environmental protection, monitoring, and education. And the project that I want to highlight is our North Creek Community Project or North Creek Revisioning Project, North Creek Community Visioning Project, sorry, which started out as basically the assessment and monitoring of the North Creek, which was surface water quality monitoring, fish and fish habitat surveys, as well as benthic macroinvertebrate surveys. They gave us a baseline understanding and overall baseline understanding and health of the creek, this North Creek. However, from that, we were approached by multiple community members, throughout our surveys of this North Creek, and just reminding us and giving us an idea of the history of the creek and as it's changed over time. And this really led our office to say, well, let's do something about it. And so we developed this North Creek Community Visioning Project through the help of some funding. And from there, we hit the ground running with holding multiple community workshops, which included creek walks, and my favorite part of the project so far, which has been interviews with our elders in our community. Our elders helped us understand these changes over time, the history of the creek, what they used it for, and then also their vision for the future of the creeks and how we restore it. So as we move forward into our restoration phases, which we're hoping to do next year, we're going to be using these visions by our community members to not only guide our work, but allow the community to choose the restoration and what they hope to see. And so in the next coming months, we'll be giving our community options about what we can do to the North Creek and let them choose these works. Ultimately, our community knows what it needs to restore its connection, and we're going to leave it in their hands to do so. And also, we're going to be working closely with our community to develop a stewardship program to allow our youth and community members to participate in the ongoing monitoring and restoration of this North Creek. Moving forward, obviously, goals are to continue to grow as a department, to build on our current projects and keep our community involved as much as possible, keep sharing this historical and traditional knowledge that we've gained from community members, but it's also to educate our youth. We hold multiple projects that incorporate the youth from our local high schools and programs and organizations. And the idea is to reinstill this idea and reinvigorate this idea that we are the original caretakers of our mother, the earth, and to give them the opportunity to lead the works as we move forward into the future and instill that 7 generations teaching that they are the ones that are going to be continuing this work as we move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandon. Yes, that'll go to Cirila. Thank you. Ok, ahora cambio al español. Muy bien, bueno, gracias, Brandon.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Now I have the pleasure to introduce Cirila Angel. He comes from Huachochi, Chihuahua. She comes from Chihuahua. She's a agrobiotechnological process from the Tarahumara University, and she has a doctorate in education. And in 2020, she developed organic systems and hydroponic growth. And she is part of the Association of Intercultural Director. Cirila, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. My name is Cirila Angel Martinez. I am part of the Machico Association, which is to understand and to be. I did my practices there in 2013, and then I took a break, and then I came back to be part of the Machico Association work. And I have also worked in the in college, in high school programs through the TV, and I am also part of the board of Machico. We have a logo in the association, that you can see right there. If somebody else's pain does not have a negative impact on you, the one that needs help is you. So we work on the education basically with children, teenagers, and adults. Everything starts from education to making students aware if they want to learn about and we also have volunteers, and I was part of a person that part of the volunteers for this association. We work to reforest through recycling material, reforest without educating, taking care, and valuing or assessing it. There's nothing much to do. We generate a lot of waste, and in this association, we make people aware to recycle the materials they use and they don't go to the landfills. And we want to instill in them taking care of the environment. Teamwork dignifies, encourages, and inspires. In the first picture, you can see the one with the white cap is me, and there are three ladies, including me. We are working on some material that is used as a fertile earth or soil, a fertile soil for our land, because this our association trains indigenous peoples from Chihuahua's mountain range, and we provide some theory and also hands-on. So you can see how we are currently preparing the bokachi, which is that soil I mentioned before. Then you have the children in the middle, and then you can see how we engage with adults in the communities. Here, it's important to see how we create some narratives in Spanish and in Tarahumara. I do the translation into Tarahumara. We also have the translation into English. So this information is available for everyone. We're about to print them out so they can be an essential part of the reading classes for those children that do not have access to internet in the indigenous communities, and they can have different types of books that come from their own communities. Here you can see some of the stories in Spanish, in English, and in Tarahumara. We have a multi-purpose center. This is something we have created in the civil organization. It's divided in four: earth, land, soil, land, wind, and sun. The first one is the soil. Machinewa is to know how to do. And this is where we take care of animals, where we grow, where we raise animals, and everything is done with a sustainability lens. We also have compost workshops, and the work with that we do with honey through natural processes. And also we produce our food from organic material. The next element is water, machiniwa. This is where we produce, where we grow aquaponic with aquaponic methods, with beds in geodesic houses, and we have been using this very often. We are in San Juanito, we're located in San Juanito, and it is extremely cold, and the greenhouses have been very helpful to be able to keep some crops, and everything that you can see in these images has been recycled. It doesn't take too much work to do so, because this is something that we do on daily basis, but the material is not expensive because most of the materials come from recycled materials. Regarding wind, here we have all sustainable constructions in addition to sustainable energies. Here you can see the first image. We have the construction with the packs of oats, and here we can have to see some specific things, but this is the way we have been training everyone. So we take that course, and this is something that that is very functional. This is a construction that is pretty easy. It can be done by women, by men, and it's feasible and sustainable. Now we have fire. Fire is the human interaction with the environment. Here you can see the work that has been developed with different groups. Our association trains indigenous communities in the previous areas, in the areas we saw before. And regarding renewable energies, we want to reduce, reuse, recycle, and recover, because we want to be part of self-sustainable process. Regarding water, we have been promoting. We're promoting the use of these materials. We use wire, cement, rubber, and we collect rainwater, which is feasible for different types of use. And when we go through the drought season, this system becomes critical. In the indigenous communities, we have harvested rainfall. However, we had the government had suggested some policies. That was the government, and they used to give rotoplas, which is a tank, and the durability, it doesn't last long, and we have to be very careful with these tanks. But with this new system, we have been able to reduce tank maintenance, and this can be done very easily and in a very short period of time. So it doesn't take long to create this type of tanks to be able to provide water to our communities. This is all. And thank you very much to the organization that invited us to be at this meeting. Thank you to the Commission for the Environmental Cooperation, the INPI as well, that was critical for our attendance to this meeting, and the Water Commission and Mother Nature, of course. Mother Nature always provides the resources to live comfortably. Thank you so much.
Very well. Thank you very much. Excellent. Now we have a little bit of time to talk the way of life with our presenters. We have two microphones, as you can see, in order to ask questions to our presenters. I would like to start with a question, an additional question for Janet. Janet, you and I spoke before lunch that there were topics of traditional knowledge that you wanted to add to the presentation of legal processes and treaties. Maybe we can take a couple of minutes so that you can share that before we go into the questions. Perdón, tiene el micrófono apagado.
Thank you. I wanted to reinforce the ideas and concepts that many others have talked about today about the importance of traditional ecological knowledge and the importance it plays in not only just quality of water, but also quantification of water. We use that from the beginning when we were talking about establishing our water rights and having community meetings and talking with our elders about that and helping us set priorities and goals for our water settlement negotiation. And so it wasn't that we just had scientists and civil engineers and water engineers and the attorneys that worked on this, but we worked very closely with our community people in establishing what was it they wanted. And where did they want the water to be, and what water sources did we want to use that were primary to them. The other thing that I wanted to stress was that community involvement is so important in these water quantification issues, because you do need buy-in and agreement from your tribal members on these issues. So much so that our water agreement, even though we have an elected governmental body of 7 individuals that preliminarily approved the water agreement, our entire membership, voting age membership, had to also approve the agreement, which meant that once we reached an agreement with the United States and the state, then I took it out to all of our people at our 5 districts and presented it and explained it to them, which would last for hours, the meeting, because you're talking about legal terms and water quantifications and many questions they had about the whole idea. And getting that community support was very important to moving the whole process along, particularly in the implementation stage. And I also wanted to just briefly say that even though the water agreement is part of like the United States negotiation or litigation process, there are many other ways that you can get collaboration from the federal government and states in that with an engagement. It doesn't have to be like a required process, almost like it is in the United States, but building those engagements very early on and being consistent in those relationships, always carrying the same message to them, constant education of state and federal officials, and ensuring that you keep them engaged along the process.
Excelente. Gracias. Gracias, Janet.
Thank you, Janet. Excellent. If you have questions, but you're embarrassed to come to the microphone, you can write them and then we can pick them up. So we welcome your questions. Meanwhile, Ernesto, I have a question for you also. Janet just mentioned the consensus building process between the different communities that form the community that she represents. We have heard similar things from Sarah and from Edward and from Chane. And I know, Charmaine, and I know that the communities are not born from with a consensus from the morning. It has to be constant work, not only inside, but also outside in your experience, where you have 17 communities working towards one purpose. How do you build that social network, that consensus, that union, in order to have a consensus to face the authorities which have different visions? Yes, thank you. That the community government is one of community governance is one of the most complex issues, and in the community, not only with regards to ideology, but also in real needs in it, each one of the members of the community. As the coordinator, it has worked for us that everything came up. We're trying to adjust everything, starting with the participation of all the communities. For example, today I perform the job of president of the board of directors, but the community elected me to the assembly. Like me, the 17 members that make up the board were named by the community assembly. That is an important step because in the end, you have the formal representation of the community. And the other process is we have monthly assemblies. The last Wednesday of each month, always, we have the assembly of the authorities of the communities. There we discuss issues that have to do with the reality of the communities, but also the central point, which is the water management. These authorities go back to the communities. Now they are the ones that carry out the assembly in their communities in order to inform and also to gather criteria of the community regarding the position that they're going to take, as well as the topic that is being discussed. That ensures that the actions that are being implemented have a consensus, that they have the support of the majority, and that there is participation from the communities. All the activities carried out or that are proposed are carried out by the community itself through the representatives. So it's like a system that at the end ensures or tries to ensure the participation of everybody and the commitment of everybody, but also to put their interests, their needs, and in a collective manner. Thank you. Yes, please. Greetings in Maya Topalalam. As a principle, it's very enriching to listen to these different experiences of the panelists from the social perspective, civil perspective, but also from the environment of technologies proposed by the states and from the Western vision. You open a window of opportunities to manage water, real intercultural dialogue, because like she said, water is part of us and we respect it and we acknowledge it as an entity with life or a life entity. We should manage this this resource since and also from the perspective of indigenous and non-indigenous communities. In this sense, I would like to ask the panelists from the social society to those who have worked with government programs in the communities, how, not how, but what have been the challenges that you have faced in order to accomplish this dialogue, if you have accomplished it? And the first steps that you have taken, what are the challenges and what are the perspectives? What are the scopes that can be seen of continuing with that dialogue of intercultural dialogue regarding water, starting with the acknowledgement of this knowledge, the traditional knowledge, but also the scientific knowledge, and also the daily practices in the communities, urban as well as rural? That is my question. Thank you very much. Greetings from Quintiltic, an indigenous community in which we are working, and we are from Chiapas. Okay, now how can we build intercultural bridges? Brandon, you are building bridges between the Kepo communities and the formal communities in Canada. How do you open this dialogue to establish constructive communication between perspectives that could be very different?
I think like one of the things that, one of the things that helps with our community is just keeping them informed and in the progress the entire way. So like trying to build those relationships between our office, between like government organizations that we get our funding from, right down to our community level. It's just communication throughout those things. It's, you know, through our foundations, at our office where, you know, originally it was like a lot of consultants coming in and doing the work, being unfamiliar with the territory and the community. It doesn't always gel with our, with the community and the community members. So I think having the work done by us, being familiar faces, keeping them involved through the entire steps and the entire process is extremely important. And then constantly giving them feedback on like, you know, the progress that we're seeing.
Sharon, I wonder if you have thoughts on this bridge building question that was posed just now. Your approach is a little different from some of the others that we've heard, building connection and relationship in conjunction with like a physical activity. But can you talk a little bit more about the bridge building side of it? How do you make connections between people who see things very differently?
Sure, I will give that a shot. When we, you know, we just walked Lake Superior in August. We started on August 1st in Wisconsin and walked clockwise around the lake. So we were in Canada for about 14 days. And what we do, you know, we're an NGO, and you know, we use social media to let people know about the walks and the routes and what our protocols are. And so we invite all people to walk with us, but we ask them to follow, you know, our protocols. And if they can agree to do that, then we agree to take them along. And so for however long they walk, you know, every day we begin with ceremony, and we walk continuously all day. And I ask people to walk in silence when they're carrying the water. And at the end of the day, we generally walk about 35 miles a day. At the end of the day, then we have ceremony again. And so pretty much you have ceremony, you eat, you walk, you sleep, and begin again. And so during these walks, people have a lot of time to have discussions. And when we were in Canada, all of the reserves, you know, they fed us every night, and sometimes we camped on their land. And but during this process, people build community, and so you know, they learn about each other, and I think that's a step. So to me, you know, there was, you know, we in the first session of law talk about sovereignty, and I think that you know, sovereignty really is having the agency to make reciprocal agreements, and no matter how powerful corporations and the farmers and municipalities think they are, nothing is more powerful than the water. And when we're walking, we are speaking to the Manadu, to the spirit of the water. And that's who we're speaking to. Sometimes people say, are you trying to raise awareness? And I say, no, if I want to raise awareness, I would raise a lot of money and hire a PR company to try. But no, this has to come from, we're speaking to the spirit of the water. And that water is the most powerful. It is the life source. It is the most powerful force in creation. All of the stories that we heard about the muskrat, that all talks about the power of the water. The water covered the earth. And we have our story about the muskrat too, where Nanabuja, there's snow here, that was on the back of a turtle and with some of the animals, and different animals dove down, and finally it was the muskrat dove down and came up, and when he floated to the surface, but he had just a little bit of earth in his paw, and Nanabuju blew on that muskrat and on the land, and then he danced on the turtle, and that's how Turtle Island was created, according to our story. So, but the water is, it is the most powerful entity. It is a source of life, and that is what we try to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Echo. Bien, tenemos algunas preguntas del público.
So we have a couple of questions from our people online. The center of your work is knowledge transfer and the four elements that you mentioned before. How important it is the youth in the work that you carry out, and in the modern world full of distractions, how do you attract the youth to such an important topic, which is far from the part of the culture in the world? We know that get the theory from the academia, and we have to put this into practice, because if I see myself, I can learn. This goes hand in hand, showing the practice as well as the theory. So any young person interested in learning, it will be always important. This hands-on exercises, we always work with teenagers in such a way that is, we try to do this as entertaining as possible, to have hands-on exercises, to engage themselves in these activities so they can be part of our civil organization through the activities that we create. So every student, every person that wants to learn, focus on different areas, and we have this constant change, and therefore we have to create different strategies to have a positive impact on teenagers. And there's another question from the cyber world, and anyone can answer from the panel. Which are the most relevant aspects for you that rules and regulations in your country should include to respect traditional ecological knowledge on water, freshwater management? Ernesto, please go ahead. Yeah, I think that regardless of the country, regardless of the state or province, everything, in order to get to solid agreements, we need to standardize legal frameworks. Everything has been done through the positive law, through the government's rules and regulations. Something that has helped us a lot as coordinadora is the harmonization of the legal framework. We have traditions in the communities, legal systems within the communities, and the decree I mentioned before is a harmonized decree where not only the state legislation has been included, but also the rules and regulations from the community. The rules that we have in the governing area came from the community meetings and community consensus. So in order to move forward, we have to bring to the table the willingness to harmonize the rules and regulations based on the community and acknowledge the permanent action to steward and protect this territory, traditional territory. The people that actually know this traditional territory are the people that are currently in that area, and they have the rules and regulations that have worked, and also they know how to deal with all the aspects in these traditional territories. These are two ways of conceiving the world, and also we also have different ways of conceiving the world. Brandon, we have a question for you, and this question comes from the cyber world. A year ago, I had the honor of visiting a museum where ancestral knowledge was shared in Quebec. And I would like to ask you, how have you managed your ecological knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge, to be preserved and to be shared in other communities?
So this is from somebody who came to visit in Quebec and went to a museum where they learned a lot about traditional knowledge. And the question is, how have you managed to ensure that traditional knowledge in your community has been preserved and not lost? And how do you ensure that it is shared with new generations?
Well, traditionally, our ecological knowledge, or any knowledge for that matter, would be passed down orally through oral tradition. But for our projects, like with the North Creek project, one of the things that we've been able to do with these interview processes is actually archive these interviews at our local cultural and resource center. And these interviews are accessible only to our community members. And more of the sensitive nature of these interviews are specifically going to be like taken off the table only for family members or only for the interviewees. And then these interviews are going to be, copies are going to be made and given back to the families themselves. So our youth, other organizations within the community, if access is granted by the interviewee, they can go to this cultural and resource center and access these interviews for those historical knowledge.
Excellent. Okay. Okay. Wendy, por favor. Y sí, después, claro.
Bueno, ahí ya me asustó.
Sí.
Bueno, soy Wendy Cos.
My name is Wendy Cos from Teorema Ambiental, a journal related to environmental issues, and we have been working for 20 or 30 years in this topic. Mrs. Martinez, I just remember a time in which biologists worked with women, with Raralumis women, to recover threatened species, plant species, and create a new way of cooking or a new kitchen. Are you still working with this methodology? Are you familiar with this or not? No, I'm not. Okay, so you will not answer. I'm very happy. I was very happy then to be able to publish the work that had been conducted. And I'm very happy to hear the work that you are currently doing. Thank you very much, Wendy. Thank you, actually. Thank you so much. My name is Carlos Rincon. I am the head of the Mexico-US border in the Region 6 of the EPA. And I'm speaking in Spanish because the question and the discussion should be with the PhD Siri Angel. When it's a two-folded question as a center and the activity that you have in San Juanito. Is there an action or is there official meeting or are there any official meetings with the tribes in the south of the U.S., Arizona, New Mexico, for example? Not from a point, an international point of view, but not as a cross-border meeting. There are many people that have migrated from the Chihuahua Mountains range to Ciudad Juarez. And in this case, your program for people from the same tribe, Ciudad Juarez, is there an action, is there an organization, or is there something going on to help the people who have migrated from the Raramuri area to Ciudad Juarez? And also, I would like to congratulate you, and I'm really looking forward to listening to your answer. Well, the first question, let me address it. Yes, there are actions, but formal meetings as such with other countries or other tribes as an association, no, we haven't had any meetings. We need to be known by more people. We have been working for many years in this area. We have been working in indigenous communities. We have been connecting with the government agencies, but there are many requirements to be met. And because of that, sometimes we are not always available to keep contact with or to do some networking with these agencies. Well, we are in San Juanito and we have the center, but in Ciudad Juarez, we have nothing yet. We are just focused on San Juanito and the surroundings. That is the indigenous people living around this area. So great. We are about to finish this session. There is another question. Please come to the front to pose your question. Please go ahead. Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Velasco. I come from COBA, a civil organization. My question is for anyone who would like to answer it. Based on your expertise, which are the most effective measures that could be implemented in collaboration to prevent freshwater pollution in the short and long term, taking into consideration pluriculturality of our nations? And I would also like to mention something personal about this Indigenous Trinational Forum, because it seems to me well, why don't you do it with the real indigenous population from the state of Oaxaca? We do not have a lot of affluence from Oaxaca indigenous groups. So half of us are from any ethnia. So I would like more indigenous people to be here. We are talking about significant matters. And one of the lags that this type of fora have is that this is treated as something local and not national, because usually pollution comes from the large industry, mining, a brewery, and sometimes they are granted concessions without regulations. And many times, small producers are constantly questioned and inspected to see where the water comes from. And that doesn't happen to the brewers or to the mining industry. Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. It is very important to enforce law equally. I love your proposal to have this type of meeting in community. I think that's a great idea. So I would like to take advantage of Sharon's online and other speakers. 30 seconds for your best recommendation to mitigate water pollution based on your experience. Who wants to start?
I would say it comes from education and informing your community. Keeping everyone from your younger generation, your kids, all the way to your elders involved in the process and letting them know of the ongoing works and ongoing projects or planned projects. You know, it goes a long way, having your community involved every step of the way rather than informing them at the end or as this project's about to happen. You know, it goes a long way and keeps your community engaged with environmental issues.
Excelente. Participación.
Okay, engagement, community engagement from the youth to the elderly. Great. Thank you very much. Other recommendations related to what measures can be taken to mitigate freshwater contamination or pollution? I believe that this has to be based on education, especially in young children. In addition to theory, we have to put into practice all actions in the family first, and then we can talk about the value of this source, not only the theory, but also practice. So everything starts at home. I think that's great. Ernesto, Janet, would you like to share something? Yes, I think that water pollution is a complex topic because it has to do with the system which has to be addressed from different angles. And I think the local angle allows us to engage, actively engage at home. And that allows us to change our system, a comfortable world. In many communities, there is no drainage, dry are used, dry toilets are used, and many other efforts to treat wastewater. But in the industry, is out of our scope, and we have to work together because individually very little can be done. Janet?
I agree with what everyone has said, particularly with the importance of community and members identifying the sources, locations, the quality of water within the community. But oftentimes we have contamination that is occurring, say, off our territory or off our reservation lands that then comes upon the reservation. I think in addition to not only using the traditional knowledge of identifying from community members of what is happening, it's so important for any water department or our technical people to have a database of what occurred long ago and what is occurring now, continual monitoring of any water sources that are coming onto the reservation so you can identify the contamination for damage purposes, but also a willingness of your leadership to recognize these issues and to put time as well as educating our youth to be engineers, to be people who can help not only working with the traditional knowledge holders, but working in the science fields and civil engineers and all of that, and really encouraging our youth to try to get an education in these areas is very helpful.
Excelente. Excelente. Y rescato de las ponencias de Cecia y Esther también que el
So I would like to say that that local knowledge can be a very important element to clean water with the plants that were mentioned before. Marvelous.
Any thoughts, any words of wisdom on this contamination question, how to fix and prevent water contamination? Sharon, ¿tienes algo que
Sharon, do you have anything to share with us? How to prevent water contamination or how to clean contaminated water?
Well, I think that we need to understand like what our original instructions are. Earlier, somebody said, we are the caretakers of this hemisphere, and in our prophecies, it said that in this time that we're in right now, that we have to make a decision which way we're going to go, towards peace and harmony, or towards continuous destruction. And it didn't say in those prophecies, indigenous people have to make a decision. It said all people living on Turtle Island need to make that decision. And so I think it's, the one thing that we can do is help people to reconnect to water as a living entity. And, that's education of, since this, since we have water, most of us have water that comes out of our faucets, we take it for granted. We just turn on the faucet and assume that water is going to be safe to drink. And that may or may not be the case, but it has removed us from a relationship with the water that we always had prior to this time. And I think really connecting people to the land, to the water, and we can only do that by one of the things that I do is sometimes I have people like in groups draw a picture of a body of water that they love. They draw that picture, they talk about it, they share about it, and then I have them write three things, just three things that they would do to protect that body of water, because we protect that which we love. And that's a connection that we need to make. All peoples need to make that connection so we can do something to protect it. Thank you.
Excelente. Gracias, Sharon. Gracias. Bien, bueno, pues antes de ir.
Very well. So now before going to the break, I would like to ask one last comment from our colleague Pilar, member of the Traditional Ecological Knowledge. What did you hear? What is your message before we go to the break? I think that the panelists, Sharon, Brandon, and Cirila shared their experiences, their current experiences that they have in each one of their areas. And especially, I have this forum has this deep reflections that Brandon is bringing to us with regards to the reflections that say that water is life itself, and that this water can be used for other things. But this teaching that gives us of the three sisters for the production of their food, which is the maize, the beans and the squash. And I'm happy to hear that they live in a system where they have as their boss, they have the women as their bosses. And I think that this is an example that could be used for many other spaces where conservation is given through this love that we have. Cirila gives us this part of the how the youth are involved in this conservation, restoration, and the love for the rescue of spaces. I think that this work that is carried out through the education, especially education youth is basic, so that elements with this cosmovision that indigenous communities have, it's not only a resource, but like said, it goes beyond beyond life itself. We have the words of Sharon, where she is teaching us. It says that that crop, that water, or that water harvest, and she says that what is the most important thing at this moment? We have to reconnect. We have to reconnect the human beings with water and to see it as a human being and to connect people with the earth. When we connect, when we think ourselves as human beings in this space in which we live, in which we sing, and like they said in another panel, we're not the only ones. We are just one of the many species that live in this world and need this water that is life. When we, in respect, in in working with the society, we can work in harmony. But the colleague from Copuda mentioned of this legislation, of this harmonization, it's nothing more than acknowledging the rights of the indigenous peoples, that we have internal regulations which should be recognized and that we know, and we are the real guardians of these spaces where water is flowing. So I think this is a very enriching panel and a lot of knowledge to think, and the CEC should have material for their next works. Thank you, Pilar. Very well. Before saying goodbye and thanking our presenters, I'm going to give you logistics information. This is all the participation of our colleagues that are in line. Thank you to all the people who are online. Thank you. And we have taken a little bit of time from this session. Now I invite you to a coffee break and come back in about 20 minutes, 3:20. And before we leave, a great applause for Sharon over there in the northern part of the United States, for Pilar and Brandon, Ernesto, Cirila, and Janet. Thank you very much. And for those who are online, tomorrow we'll start with a very interesting panel regarding the co-creation and co-application of traditional ecological knowledge. It's going to be a fascinating panel. And I invite you to take a break and to talk a little bit more, and we'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you.